Good afternoon. For the first game of the evening, I got lucky and was able to get off a little early to run down here to bring you the Lake Roosevelt Raiders against the White Swan Cougars. These two teams ran into each other on January 3rd in Lake Roosevelt, and Lake Roosevelt ended up coming back from being down and took a 1-point victory. Obviously tonight they're hoping to win. With a win, they will punch their ticket to state. Again, I expect them to be there. I mean, they did really well against Brewster in the league championship, and now they are here tonight with that opportunity. It isn't a loser out. That's one of the good things of this game here tonight. There's 6 games going on. 2 of them are not loser out. This game is not, and the Liberty Bell game is also, a Liberty Bell boys game is also not a loser out. But the rest of them are. So this one, win it, you punch your ticket to state. You don't win it, you have one more opportunity. You're going to end up against some of the other, there's a group of 4 teams that are going to be playing each other, and they're going to have to win that one, which will be next Saturday, not tomorrow, but the following Saturday in the district championships or finals. And you got to win this one or win that one for these ladies here tonight. The other 2 games, the Tenasket games that we got some donations for, thank you everybody, is why we're here tonight. Both those games, the ladies and the boys Tenasket teams are facing loser out games. You got to win in order to go on to play tomorrow in another loser out game. The boys have it a little easier, Tenasket boys. They need to win tonight and win tomorrow, and then that will punch their ticket to state. The ladies have to win tonight, win tomorrow, and then win the following Saturday. So we'll see how everybody does. Again, Lake Roosevelt has improved an immense amount this season. And I am a CWB fan, as y'all know, especially at this point in the season. I want CWB teams to win, 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 win. So hopefully they get the victory here tonight. And we'll be bringing you all the live action from this game and then the following 2 games. And so we're glad that we were able to do this. Quite frankly, last season we had a number of donations just throughout the whole season, and had plenty of coverage to basically do almost every single game, and that was wonderful. We had money for state. I mean, it was pretty easy last season. Of course, it was the first year that we were being charged to do league and district games. Before that, I don't know if they weren't enforcing it, or I'm not exactly certain. All I know is up until last year, we were able to broadcast as many games as we wanted, and there weren't any fees involved with it. So wasn't too worried about it. Of course, we were just donating our time sitting in the stands broadcasting. So last year we gave both the league and the district some decent-sized checks, and we're going to be doing the same this year. We already paid the league for the games that we were able to broadcast, and now we'll be doing the same for the district games that we are going to broadcast. And hopefully we will post up the results from tonight and who's playing where and all that as soon as they have the brackets updated. They're waiting for tonight's games to be over so they can determine how to get the teams that are from the same town in the same gym so people don't have to rush back and forth. So that's what the holdup there is. The only thing we know at this moment is that the Brewster girls play at 1 o'clock. We don't know if it's going to be in this gym or if it's going to be over in Wenatchee. The other reason, we were torn. We had some folks come from Lake Roosevelt say, hey, you're going to broadcast the game? And then we had folks from Bridgeport go, hey, you're going to broadcast the game? Both of them were 4:30, which at first I wasn't sure if I was going to even be able to pull off, but work's a little slow at the moment. So my boss said, yeah, everything's kind of taken care of, and I know where to find you, so go ahead. So I took off and ran down here. And again, it was kind of like, well, where do we go? The time I wish there was 2 of me. Could have covered both. But in this situation, it was like, oh. The one thing in Wenatchee is they do have the Pixelot cameras. So you are able to get on the NFHS network and watch the Bridgeport boys play over there. And here there weren't any real options for someone to watch a streaming version of the game. And I thought, you know what? We appreciate Jeremy Crawlard and his squad and what they've done and what they've done in the past and how they're doing this season. So wanted to come down and give them some coverage as well. So folks that don't happen to be living here or living near and able to make it would have the opportunity to watch. So excited about that, and we'll see how it all plays out for everybody. But hopefully, Lake Roosevelt gets the victory. And of course, after this, then I'm a District 5 fan. I want all the District 5 teams to win as we go towards state. But no, it'll be great. Appreciate all the student athletes and their families for all they've done to get them this far. I mean, this isn't an easy thing. To all the practices, all the things that they go through, everything they have to do to get to this point. I mean, it's awesome to see them even here. So congratulations to them, and I'm very excited about that. So very cool. So it's going to be a good game, I think, and hopefully the Raiders come out on top. I know that I'm going to try and also keep some updates going as far as the games over in Wenatchee go. So we'll try and do that. 2:47 left before tip-off here in the Eastmont main gym, and we'll see how it goes as the game gets rolling. But anyway, we are excited to be here and be bringing this to you. All right, we'll zoom this in a little bit. See if we can get some. Oh man, I need to quit yakking and get my. Let's see. Get things set up right so you guys can see what we got going. All right, so I don't know. Let's do this. I like that. Done. All right. I do have to say I was not super prepared for this evening because, again, I wasn't sure we were going to make it down here. We didn't timing for the game and donations were going to make it a bit of a challenge. So I don't happen to have White Swan's logo, but we will do our best. And I think I got a picture of the, oh, come on. It is not giving me the, there we go. This amount, which I think is the one I have. All right, so I got the Lake Roosevelt one. Yep. And here's White Swan. Okay. White Swan is 14-8 overall. Their last game was against Kittitas, 43-36 victory. They lost to Mabton 31-56 was the game before that. They have, they just have one senior, 5 juniors, 2 sophomores, 2 freshmen, 1 8th grader. So a little bit older. Tallest player's 5'11". Lake Roosevelt has 2 seniors, 2 juniors, 2 sophomores, and 5 freshmen. So a little bit younger team. for Lake Roosevelt. But like I said, they've been playing well. I don't have heights for them, though, so I'm not sure on the height-wise. I will.
Number 1, Olivia Bajorson. Number 3, Ali Picard. Number 5, Madeline Carter.
Roby Underwood only.
Paisley Furry Smith. Number 33, Chantel.
All right. I will try my best to use first names for Lake Roosevelt and last names for the Cougars.
Number 3, Jesse Moses.
So for White Swan, Jesse Moses.
The Raiders at guard, the sophomore. Number 2, Shay Rollins.
Shay coming out for Lake Roosevelt.
At guard, a junior. Number 11, Taya Adams.
Taya Adams for White Swan.
At guard, a junior. Number 4, Kenzie Brown.
Kinsey Brown coming out for Lake Roosevelt.
At guard, a junior. Number 20, Valerie Scrabyrobe.
Valerie Skeverobe. Skeverobe. Yeah.
At wing, freshman number 10, Claire Nicholson.
Claire Nicholson for LR.
At guard, a sophomore. Number 21, Taya Underwood.
Taya Underwood for White Swan.
At post, the freshman number 21, Delise Atkins.
Delise Adkins for LR.
At post, a senior number 32, Jasmine Sina.
Jasmine Sina.
And at guard, a freshman number 24, Cambry Brown.
Cambry Brown for LR.
The head coach for Cougars is Amber Jones, and the coach for the Raiders is Jimmy Crowley. And also for the Raiders is Whitney McCullough. The officials from Lansing.
All right.
Central Washington District 5 are registered for the Washington Association for the Guard. Michael Grove.
Jeremy Crawlard out talking to his squad. Telling them, let's go, ladies. You got this. White Swan over here getting the last little bit from their coach. Telling them, you got this. All right, we are going to have the national anthem, and we will be right back. All right, so ready for tip-off. It's like Delise against Jasmine. Oh, tips it, but White Swan comes out with it. Adams with it, throws it to Moses, doesn't drop, Shea with rebound. Cross court, coming down. Sets up the offense. Back to Shea. Shea for a three. Nope, doesn't drop. DeLees gets out to try and get it, but doesn't get it. Adams with it. Brings it down across court. Spins around everybody. Sets up a little shot. Doesn't drop. And they're going to call Shea, I would think. Oh, 21. So that DeLees. So first one on DeLees. 7:29 remain here in the first. Adams at the line. Seeing if she can put the first points on the board. Drops in for.
First shot's good for Tay Adams.
Adams seeing if she can get the second one here. All right. 0-2. Cambry. Oh, puts it up. Puts it off. Doesn't drop. Gets hit out. Cambry with it. Doesn't drop. Puts it up. DeLees with the score. Oh, gets stolen by Cambry. She tries to put it in. Doesn't drop. And they're going to say Lake Roosevelt ball. 2-2. 7:07 remain here in the first. Cambry to inbound. Kicks it all the way out to Claire. Oh, she's not quite hitting yet. So Kinsey misses that one. Adams with it, brings it across for the Cougars. Drives, sets herself up, kicks it out. Moses gets it on a fight on the floor, gets it up. Shea goes through traffic, doesn't drop. They're going to call a foul and send Shea to the line to shoot two. 6:41 remain. That is on Adams. Shea at the line. She's normally pretty good. Okay, Shea, like I said, normally she's pretty good from the line. First one comes off the front of the rim. I'm going to be quiet. Whenever I say that, something bad happens. I'm just going to be quiet. Shea going to see if she can get the second one here to give Lake Roosevelt the lead. That one doesn't drop either. Say he went over the line, and so doesn't count. Adams. Oh. Moses with it. Puts it back to Adams. Adams drives around the side. Tries to get it through. Doesn't. Kicks it out. Doesn't drop. 3-point for Scatterogi. Cambry with it. Kicks it down to Claire. Claire into DeLees. DeLees puts it up. Doesn't drop. No draw. No foul. Adams with it. Adams coming across the line. Setting up her offense. All kinds of pressure, and they're going to call a foul on the ground. And that'll be on. Who's that on? Okay, so that's on Kinsey Brown. Moses trying to get it into Adams. Doesn't, almost gets it away. No, it's an inbound. Okay. Scatterobi. Gets it over to Adams. Adams for a deep three. Doesn't drop. Goes out of bounds. The Lake Roosevelt ball with 5:41 remaining here in the first. Tied at 2. Again, this is not a loser out round. Switching around who's going to inbound. Shea to inbound. Shea puts it in. Kinsey Brown with it from Cambry. Up to Claire. Claire to DeLees. Over to, what was that? That was Cambry and out of bounds, and it'll be White Swan ball with 5:27 left here in the first. Still knotted at 2. Lake Roosevelt putting on pressure. Scudderoby gets it stolen. Kinsey goes back and says, I'm going to get this 3. Doesn't drop, but Cambry gets it. Shea for the 3. That doesn't drop. And Claire intercepts it. Nice job, Claire. Up to Cambry. Tries to face it in underneath, and they're going to call a foul there. So with 5:05 remaining, it'll be Lake Roosevelt ball underneath. And that's Adams with a foul. That is her second foul, and she is the main ball handler so far for White Swan. Looks like White Swan's going to sub her out. That's 2 with 5 minutes left here. Wow. So, all right, so she's going to be going to the line to shoot 2. That's on. So Shea back at the line. That one was on Underwood. First one drops in for her. Okay, so Adams comes out. Guzman goes in for her. Shea seeing if she can get the second one. And she does. 4-2. Again, lots of pressure by Lake Roosevelt. Guzman with it. Guzman like trapped, trying to get around. Throws up a throw, and Shea comes down with it. Oh, that one tipped. Oh, no, Claire picks it up, gives it to DeLise. DeLise looks at it, kicks it out to Shea. Shea just drives through traffic, lays it up, doesn't drop. DeLise with the board and the putback. 6-2. Again, lots of pressure. Shea almost gets that one. Guzman with it, drives down, puts one up, doesn't drop. Cambry with it. And they're going to call that on Moses. So that'll be on the ground. That'll be, is that 5 already? Or 4? Maybe that's 4. So 4 on White Swan, 2 on Lake Roosevelt. Cambry with it. Brings it across the line. Sets it up. Kicks it to DeLise. Back to Claire. Claire fires a 3, says she walked. Shot doesn't drop. 4:19. White Swan with the ball. Raiders having some pressure still. Inbound to Hamilton. Hamilton brings it across. Kicks it out to Guzman, or Moses. Moses tries to get around Cambry, and they're going to call another foul. And this time she'll be going to shoot 2. That'll be the 5th foul on White Swan. So shooting from this point on. 4:06 remain here in the first. Cambry at the line. Shooting 2. Cambry fires the first one, and it goes. 7-2. It's 2 on Moses already, too. Drops the second one in. 8-2. And that is Moses with it. Moses loses it. Ends up on the ground. DeLise tries to force it and doesn't, and now there is a block foul on Shea, which will be her second. Maybe her first. But there is a player on the ground. I hate it when anybody gets hurt. Staff out there looking at her. I think it's Moses that's down. Eastmont's athletic trainer, as well as a White Swan Head coach out there looking at her, seeing if she's okay. Trying to help her up. Not what you want to see in postseason. These ladies are much tougher than I am. I'd still be laying on the ground crying. She's coming off the floor very slowly. Oh, no. Man. Not what you want at the end of the season going into postseason play. Olivia Underwood checks in for White Swan. Let's see who has it. It is Hamilton with it. Hamilton kicks it over to Guzman. Says she double dribbled. Gives it to Lake Roosevelt. Lake Roosevelt. Kinsey Brown inbounding to Cambry Brown. Cambry across the timeline. Lake Roosevelt setting up what they want to see, and she'll be going to the line again to shoot 2. This will be on Hamilton. Shooting 2. People not happy with the officiating. I'm not out there, and I don't have the stripes or the whistle. And again, I support them. If they weren't here, we wouldn't be having the game. Part of me is like, if you want to complain, then go be one. Gets the first one. 9-2. And Chantel Pacoda's going in. She got injured, so it's nice to see her out on the floor. Claire coming out. Cambry seeing if she can extend the Lake Roosevelt lead. Gets the second one. 10-2. Pressure. Hamilton with it. Brings it across, driving through traffic, trying to get all the way down there. And, okay, so that is actually on Chantel. So, Fury Smith going in. Paisley. Hamilton fires the 3 and gets it. 10-5. Kinsey Brown up to Paisley. Paisley up and in. 12-5. Into Guzman. Guzman driving down. Loses the ball. Gets it back. Pressure. Lake Roosevelt pressure. And Shea knocks it away. So it'll be inbound with White Swan. Roby puts it in to Hamilton. Hamilton tries to drive around, gets stopped, gives it out to Guzman. Guzman to Scatterobi. Scatterobi trying to get around, loses the ball, and out of bounds it goes, and it'll be Lake Roosevelt ball. 2:57 remain here in the first. Chantel with it. Chantel inbounds to Cambry. Cambry goes across the timeline. Kicks it back to Chantel. Chantel to Shea. Shea looks at it. Cambry. All right, Paisley with it. Kicks it out to Shea. Shea for the 3. Doesn't drop. And, rebounded out. Shea had it, and they're going to call it again. And say push, I believe. 5. Push, yeah, so 5 push. So Shea will be going to the line to shoot 2. 2:33 remain. There's 4 fouls on Lake Roosevelt, more than 5 on White Swan. 2:33 remain. 12-5 currently. Shea putting the first one up, gets that one. 13-5. Second one is up, doesn't drop. Chantel had it. Kinsey with it. Paisley, Shea, fires, doesn't drop. Rebound, White Swan. I'm gonna have to get a print. Oh, doesn't drop, but going to the line again. Wow, they are just hustling, and putting on all kinds of pressure. So, all right. All right, Shea going to the line. First one doesn't drop for her. Shooter still. 2:19 remain, 13-5. Shea with a second shot. Gets that one. 14-5. And Olivia comes in for Shea. Kicks it over, gets touched. White Swan, gets stolen away by Paisley. Paisley driving all the way. Doesn't drop, but guess what? She's going to go to the line and shoot 2. Wow. So that one is on. That one's on Guzman. It's her second one. Paisley doesn't drop the first one. And who else is coming in? Only comes in, and Madeline Carmen gets ready for LR. Paisley fires a second one, gets that one. 15-5. So, Bacotis, timeout, Lake Roosevelt. 2:05 remain. So, Jeremy talking with the squad, telling him what he wants to see, giving some of his players a little bit of a rest. Subbing in. Oh, man. So there is Hamilton for White Swan has 3 fouls. No, they changed it, sorry. Two on Moses, one on fouls. Okay, 1 on Hamilton, 2 on Moses. All right. Okay, White Swan to inbound. Only to inbound for White Swan. Only passes it right to Cambry, who puts it up and in. Or no, Kinsey. Sorry, that was Kinsey. 17-5. Kinsey passes through, gets it tipped away, and now they're going to call one. I'm not sure who they're going to call it on. They're going to call that on Cambry Brown. That'll be Cambry's first. That'll be 5, so now White Swan will be going to shoot 2. So Olivia Underwood on the floor for White Swan will be shooting 2. Fires, doesn't drop 4. Madeline Carmen is out there. All right, so that one doesn't drop. Paisley with the rebound, puts it up to Cambry. Cambry crosses, goes through traffic, kicks it up, puts it into Moses' hands. And now Moses is going to go shoot a couple. Yeah, going to shoot 2. That one's on Madeline Carmen. And Moses for White Swan at the line with 1:40 remaining, 17-5 current score. Puts up the first one, doesn't drop for Shea coming in for Cambry. Moses fires the second one. That one doesn't drop. Madeline with it, up to Kinsey. Kinsey back to Madeline, up to Olivia, over to Kinsey, Shea with it. Shea drives, kicks it out to Paisley. Paisley loses the handle, tries to pass it out, ends up going out of bounds off White Swan. It will be Raider ball with 1:22. Coach calling in the play he wants to see. In to Paisley. Paisley backs him down, fires, doesn't drop. Shea with it, goes around traffic. It doesn't drop, and White Swan comes out of it that time. Hamilton with it. Hamilton coming across. Kicks it out to Moses. Moses puts it down to only out to Hamilton. Hamilton driving around, sees the open lane and puts it up and in. 17-7. Kinsey with it. Shea with it. Back to Kinsey. Kinsey brings it across, kicks it all the way down to Madeline. Madeline floats one up and in, and should be going to the line. So she'll shoot one now. 19-7, 38.3. DeLee's coming in and Claire coming back in. Paisley and Olivia getting a little bit of a rest. Shea at the line again. 19-7 currently, 38.3 here in the first. Doesn't get the second one to drop, but DeLee's gets it, kicks it out to Claire. Claire over to Madeline, to DeLee's, puts one up, doesn't drop. Hamilton with it, puts it down to Moses. Moses up and in, yeah, it was Moses. 19-9. Gets it batted away, goes around everybody. Cambry up to DeLee's, out to Shea. Shea for the three. That one's way short. Kicks it, but her foot was on the ground. 5.2 seconds remain. Cambry coming back in, Madeline going out. Only to inbound again. Puts it in to Moses. 4.2. And she's going to shoot it. She's got to shoot it. And doesn't get it off in time. End of one. 19-10. I must have missed a point someplace. Okay, 19-10 is what they're showing on the scoreboard. I thought it was 9, but hopefully they'll get it rectified if it's not correct. All right, 19-9, Lake Roosevelt with the lead. Not going to be both teams wanting this win here, so they know they're going to state without any question. Lake Roosevelt cheerleaders across the way there. Lake Roosevelt ball to start the second. Oh, gets stolen away. Lake Rose doesn't drop. Kinsey Brown with it. Kicks it up to Shea. Shea drives. Coming across is Adams. Adams obviously is their main player. Nails a three. 19-13. Up to DeLee's, up to Claire, over to Shea. Back, oh, Kinsey, not hitting. That's normally golden for her. Guzman with it, or Moses, sorry. Moses doesn't get that one. Gives it up to Claire. Claire over to Kinsey. Kinsey back, or over to Cambry. Cambry over to Claire. Shea ends up with it. Kinsey, DeLees. DeLees with a little shot, doesn't drop. Rebounded by Adams. Adams brings it down. Drives, shoots one, doesn't drop, but she's going to go to the line and shoot. .643 left here in the first half. So that'll be the second one on DeLees. And Adams at the line. 19-13. Fires and it's good. 19-14. Paisley coming in for DeLees. Adams getting to see if she can get the second one. Fires and good. 19-15. Oh, Kinsey. And just like that, 17-19. Hamilton going to the line. Brown trying to save the ball from going out of bounds, puts it right into White Swan hands, and now they are within 2. Fires, gets that one, within 1. Puts it out, gives it to Kinsey. Kinsey up to Paisley. Paisley backs it down, tries to throw over her defender, and that doesn't work, and so they're going to call it on Paisley. That'll be third foul on Lake Roosevelt, none on White Swan here in the second. Carmen coming in. Madeline. Adams inbounds to Hamilton, gets it stolen away by Kinsey Brown. Oh, geez, I'm sorry, folks. I was watching live action rather than seeing how it was. Claire puts it up and over the backboard. White Swan ball with 6:13 left, 19-18. Adams to inbound. Puts it into Hamilton, throws it back to Adams. Adams up to Moses. Moses to Hamilton. Hamilton pull up 2, doesn't drop. Rebound, Underwood. Fires, rebound, kicks it out to Moses. Moses driving, spinning. Floats one, doesn't drop. Shea with the rebound. Puts it out to Kinsey. Kinsey drives through traffic. Puts up a floater, up and in. 21-18, 5:40 left in the half. Moses with it. Moses puts it down. And that was such a, okay, I'm sorry. So 20-21, 5:29. And they're going to say someone pushed. Be the first foul on White Swan in this quarter. Second on Olivia Underwood. Kinsey puts it into Shea. Shea throws it over. Claire ends up with it. And say she shoved. So now it's a second foul on White Swan. And that'll be third foul on her. So Underwood going to come out. Scudero be in. Puts it out to Kinsey. Down to Cambry. Cambry for a 3. 20-24. Kicks it out to Adams. Adams comes across the timeline. Pulls up. Shoots an off-balance 3 and nails it. Wow, what a shot. Great job, Adams. Puts it up to Kinsey. Down to Shea. Claire, Cambry Brown doesn't drop her three. Adams with it. Or no, sorry, that was Hamilton with it. Hamilton drives through traffic, floats it, it doesn't drop, but she'll be going to the line. 24-23. 4:39 remain here in the first half. Fires, doesn't drop. Hamilton seems she can get the second one, and she does. Ties it up at 24. Kinsey up to Claire. Saying that was over and back. Chantel coming in for Claire. And we have Scatterobi in to Adams. Man, she had a great three-point shot off balance. Puts it in and around they go. Doesn't drop. Cambry to Kinsey. Kinsey through traffic. Pulls up. She fires a three and nails it. Wow. 27-24. And they're going to call that on, so they're going to be shooting two with 4:14. So it's reverse of what happened in the first. In the first, White Swan got to 5 fouls really quick and put Lake Roosevelt on the line a lot. Now the roles reversed. Adams at the line. She's a good shooter. First one doesn't drop for her. Second one doesn't drop for her. Madeline rebound up to Cambry. Up to Kinsey. Wow. Goes through traffic, puts it up and in. 29-24. Adams with it. 3:59 remain in the first half. Backs up. She's got her spot. That time it doesn't drop. Madeline gets it. Adams up and in. Up to Kinsey. Up to Madeline. Madeline gets tied up. They say White Swan ball, 29-26. Adams to inbound. Oh, DeLee's getting her shoe tied. 29-26, 3:33 remain. Adams to inbound. Gets it into, yep. So turnover, 5 seconds. Now the referee's tying his shoe. Saw DeLee's get hers tied and he's going, I better get mine tied. All right. Cambry inbounds to Kinsey. Kinsey for a three. Doesn't drop. Out to Shea. Shea drives. Little floater. Doesn't drop. Gets her own rebound. Puts it up and in. 31-26. Hamilton with it. Kicks it out to Moses. Moses drives, kicks it out to Underwood, and she gets it. Shea with it, Cambry with it. Cambry sees the trap coming, puts it up to Kinsey, to Shea. Shea floats one, doesn't drop. DeLee's doesn't get it, that one to drop for her. And Moses with it. Moses brings it across, drives through traffic. Kicks it out to Adams. Adams over to Underwood. Underwood doesn't drop. Shea with it. Kinsey with it. Kinsey back to Shea. Shea drives, kicks it back to Kinsey. Kinsey for another three. Doesn't drop. DeLee's with it. Doesn't drop, and there wasn't a block out there. Oh, Brown almost had it. Oh, White Swan calls a timeout. 2:14 remain in the first half. 2 fouls on White Swan, 5 on Lake Roosevelt. 31-28. All right. White Swan to inbound. Adams to inbound. Almost gets it taken away again. Hamilton with it. Driving through. Kicks it out. Up and in. 30-31. Or 31-30, I should say. Gives it up to Pacotis. Gets it popped away. And nice block by Cambry. Chantel coming out. Adams to inbound. Paisley, great job, Paisley. Up to Kinsey. Claire over to Paisley, and Paisley loses the ball, gets it back, gets it to Claire. Claire for a three, doesn't drop. Paisley ends up with it. Gives it to Cambry. Cambry puts it out, or excuse me, that was Kinsey, gives it to Cambry. Cambry for the three. 34-30. Moses with it. Lets one go, and they're going to say she was fouled. So she's going to go shoot two. Is that on? That's going to be the second one on Cambry. 1:13 remain here in the first half. 34-30 currently. Moses hoping to cut into it. Doesn't get the first one to drop. Brown sisters coming out. Chantel and Olivia going in. Fires. Doesn't get that one to drop. Shea with it. Drives through. Goes all the way down. Kicks it out. Chantel with it. Puts up a little floater and it drops in. 36-30, 57 seconds. And Moses with it. Back to Adams. Adams drives through traffic, tries to feed it over. Hamilton. She drives, floats one up, doesn't drop, comes down to Chantel. Chantel with it, up to Shea. Shea with it. Fires the three and sinks it. 39-30. Moses with it. Comes across. Kicks it out to Adams. Adams drives, pulls up, fires, doesn't drop. Shea with it. Up to Olivia. Olivia drives. Back to Shea. Back to Olivia. And time expires. They don't get a shot off, but 39-30 is your halftime score. Wow. Flurry of activity. White Swan's a little worn out and flustered, which is what Lake Roosevelt can do to you. I saw him do it to the Brewster Bears. Man, they just 90 miles an hour most of the time, and he's got players that can do it. So and he's got ones to come in to give the other ones rest. So that's the way they're able to really do well here. So great job, Lady Raiders, up 39-30 here at the half. We'll see what both coaches tell their squads and see what changes they make coming out in the second half. Again, this is not a loser out round. Both teams are going to go on. The winner will face Cleellum tomorrow at 2:30. The loser will have to wait until next Saturday. And they will play the winner that's going to come up through all the other, let's see, it's Tenasket ladies. And who else? It's Tenasket and Okanagan. So the Okanagan ladies game and the Tenasket ladies game. The winners of those two games are going to play tomorrow. And the winner of that game is going to be the team that will play the loser of this game on the 21st for the final spot to state for the ladies. That is you got to win that third game. So Okanagan and ladies and Tenasket ladies have their work cut out for them. You know, they're quite capable of doing it. They're just going to have to win 3 games to go to state. Obviously, what we'd love to see from a CWB standpoint is for Lake Roosevelt to win this one, which punches their ticket to state. So then they and Brewster are guaranteed state. And that would put White Swan down waiting for whoever comes up to face them. And, of course, we'd love to see Okanagan or Tenasket win through and get to the point where they are facing White Swan in that third and final spot I guess, fifth and final spot to state. I'd love to see 3 teams from the CWB go and 2 teams from the EWAC. Cleellum's already going and Mapton's already going. So they have 2 teams already going to state. And we've just got one so far Lake Roosevelt should win this. They are all over White Swan, wearing them down. White Swan's probably going to battle back in the third, but I think Lake Roosevelt keeps playing like they've been, and that will just fluster White Swan and wear them down. And I think Lake Roosevelt ends up with a victory by 10 here tonight. That's my guess. Could be totally wrong, but that's my guess. I think Lake Roosevelt wins, punches their ticket to state, and then White Swan will be waiting to face somebody coming up from those lower-end games. And, again, I think Okanagan and Tenasket both have the tools they need to win that one, to win their way through and get that final spot to state for the ladies. The boys' side. The boys' side is a little simpler. There's actually 6 boys' teams that are going to go to state. And so with that, it's going to that's why Liberty Bell's going. I mean, I originally was thinking incorrectly. I was used to where there's only 5 teams going, but there's actually 6. So because there's 6 teams, Liberty Bell boys are going to state already. Woohoo! Mountain Lions. And the Okanagan boys are going to state. Woohoo! Bulldogs. So we got 2 teams guaranteed to go. EWAC has 3 teams guaranteed to go right now, and that's Columbia Burbank, Kittitas, and Tri-Cities Prep. So those 3 teams are guaranteed state already. And there is another spot There is another spot. It'll be our 3 versus their 5, 4 versus 4. So Tenasket boys and Bridgeport boys need to win tonight. They win tonight and they play tomorrow. The winner of tomorrow's game is guaranteed state, though they will play a final game on the 21st in a final seeding for district. So it'll be interesting, and I look forward to how many teams go. I'd love to see 3 CWB boys teams, and then the 3 EWAC teams representing District 5. And I, of course, would love to see 3 girls teams from the CWB and 2 from the EWAC. But we'll see how it all plays out and who ends up with what. But yeah, it'll be good. So 6 minutes and 36 seconds remain before the start of the second half of this one. Lake Roosevelt jumped out to an early lead. White Swan battled back and tied it up, and then Lake Roosevelt went out again and got themselves a 9-point lead. So 39-30 currently. So we'll see how it goes here for both these teams. But yes, but White Swan has a squad also broadcasting or live streaming it. Oh man, if I felt like that, I'd be in the hospital. Little kid was walking up the stairs and he slipped and banged on the floor, and I'm like going, man, if I did that, I would be in so much pain right now. All right, let's see. We should be able to. It's basketball playoffs. Boys basketball, Liberty Bell. Well, there should be. I was kind of hoping there was a dashboard. I want to look for. Search for Bridgeport. Bridgeport, Washington. Bridgeport High School. High School. Goldendale. Here we go. All right. Took me a second. I'm trying to get you a score here. Let's see if we can. Oh, there we are. Well, Lake Roosevelt came out with 3:58 remaining. And oh man, Bridgeport and Goldendale, it's 38-40. I'm not sure who has the lead, and unfortunately, it's not showing me who's home and who's guests. Actually, I'm not sure, folks, but 38-40 right now, and there's a timeout. Both here in the local gym, we have both White Swan warming up on their new basket and Lake Roosevelt out warming up on their new basket. At 16 minutes of basketball action decide who punches their ticket to state today and who has to wait a little while. I'm still watching the Bridgeport Goldendale game, so I can, once somebody scores, I'll know for sure. I think it is Bridgeport 38. Pretty sure it's Bridgeport 38 and Goldendale 40. Ooh, they got some height. Goldendale does. I'm kind of watching a little bit here. And it looks like Goldendale stepped out of bounds. So it'll be Bridgeport ball. Pretty sure that's how it is. 2:11 remain in the third. Pretty sure that's Bridgeport. Yeah. All right, so Bridgeport finds themselves down 2 currently. Oh, turnover. Stolen back. Nice move. Gets it rejected. It's going to say travel. He went to shoot it and almost got blocked. So with 1:38 remaining in the third, Bridgeport down 38-40. this is an elimination round. So the winner of this one goes on. Loser season comes to a close on the Bridgeport boys versus the Goldendale boys. And I'll try and get you a score. If I get a chance, I will get you a score. Maybe at the end, at the third. We get to the third. End of the third here. Oh, you know what? Reminds me I need to change that. All right, so we're coming down to the final little bit here. And Swan, I know LR, but right. Turn done. There. All right, 39-30. Getting ready to start the second half. All right. And it will be Raider ball to start the second half. Starting squad's getting ready to go. Kinsey Brown to inbound. I could pull it in just a little bit closer. I'm going to try and bring it in a little closer here. So gives it out to Cambry. Cambry brings it across. That's a little bit close for me to do a good job. Out to Shea. Shea fights through traffic, doesn't drop. Claire had it. Puts it all the way up. Gets it tipped away by Cambry, but it'll be White Swan ball, but she stopped a runaway there. So they've got to try and decide who's going to inbound. Underwood will inbound. They've got a play they got planned here. Trying to get it out to Adams. Doesn't drop, but nobody on the ground for Lake Roosevelt. Say she traveled, so it'll be Lake Roosevelt ball. 7:38 remain here in the third. Shea to inbound. White Swan going to put on some pressure. Inbounds to Kinsey Brown. Gets it picked off by Adams. Adams saw that one coming. Hamilton with it, or was with it. Oh, doesn't drop. Claire with it. Up to Kinsey. Kinsey fires a three, doesn't drop. DeLee's with it. She didn't get fouled there. Underwood with it. Adams with it. Adams drives. And up and in. Underwood with that one. Puts it up to DeLee's. DeLee's kicks it up to Shea. Shea drives, puts up a little floater, doesn't drop, gets her own rebound, and gets fouled. 6:45 remain here in the third, 39-32, and Shea goes to the line. .645. Shea gets the first one. 40-32. Shea getting ready. Fires the second one. That one doesn't drop. Rebound comes out. Adams with it. Adams driving. Continues to drive through. Kinsey had it and lost it. Out to Moses. Moses drives around off balance, fires, doesn't drop. No one to get the rebound. Hamilton with it. Out to Adams. Adams driving. Kicks it out to Moses. Moses backs it out. Drives. Kicks it out. Little shot. Underwood doesn't drop. Shea gives it in, but they're going to say it went out of bounds, and it'll be White Swan ball again. 6:09. Olivia Underwood to inbound. Got their little play they do. Trying to feed it into Adams. Kicks it out. Doesn't kicks it back out. Underwood doesn't drop. Shea with it. Kicks it out to Cambry. Cambry, Kinsey. Kinsey driving. Feeds it underneath to DeLeese. DeLeese out to Cambry. Over to Kinsey. Now they're setting up a play. Forces it into Shea and up and in. 42-32. Adams with it. Adams around traffic. Kicks it out to Hamilton. Hamilton back to Adams. Adams drives, bumps, puts one up, doesn't drop. DeLeese with it. They saw that, and they score off of it. Just little things, little things. You can't just try and hand someone a ball when you got a defender on you. Kinsey with it. Claire fires a three, doesn't drop. Shea had it, and on the ground, and it gets taken away by Cambry. Or excuse me, Kinsey, and knocked out of bounds by White Swan. So it'll be Lake Roosevelt ball on the side. All right, DeLeese coming out. Paisley going in. Cambry to inbound. Cambry to inbound. They got a play they want. Kinsey tries to put it up over the top of Adams, and that just isn't going to happen. Hamilton with it. Adams doesn't drop. Rebound out. Moses with it. Trying to get around traffic. Forces it through. Shea with it. Shea driving through everybody and gets fouled. So the 2 fouls now on White Swan. Shea going to the line. It's going to be the 3rd foul on Jasmine Cena. So 3 fouls on Cena. Shea at the line. Puts the first one up and in. .424 remain here in the 3rd. Second one off and in. 34-44. Lots of pressure. Feeds it up, gives it to Hamilton. Up, oh, nice, but feeds it over to Adams and gets it taken away. But they're going to say fouled. And shooting two? Okay, so that's going to be on, that's on Shea, so that's 2 on her. So she's going to shoot 2. So Adams at the line, leading scorer with 10 points. She isn't the leading scorer for White Swan. 11 points now. Hamilton is their leading scorer with 13. All right. See if she can get this one. And she doesn't. Shea with the rebound. Shea comes around traffic, goes through everybody, puts it over to Chantel, who doesn't drop, but kicks it out. Over to Shea. Sorry. Kinsey. Nope. And it ends up back in Moses' hands, and she is driving through traffic, looking to try and get it over to Adams. Adams drives, puts one up, doesn't drop, and Chantel with it. Kinsey with it. Kinsey drives through traffic, floats one, doesn't drop, gets her own rebound, brings it out, gives it over to Shea. Well, into Paisley. Shea for a 3, doesn't drop. Paisley with it. Paisley tries to put one up, and she does. Good job, Paisley. 46-35, and .313 remain here in the 3rd. All right. So White Swan going to inbound. Lots of what? No. Oh, there's still timeout left. Okay. There's still time on the timeout left. Okay, so Hamilton gets it stolen, and Cambry puts that up and in. Okay, Moses with it, driving, trying to get around, and loses it out of bounds, but it will remain White Swan ball. 3:01 remain here in the third, 48-35. And Taya Underwood to inbound. Taya kicks it out to Hamilton. Hamilton to Moses. Moses trying to drive through traffic. And Kinsey gets away with it, or takes it away. Takes it out, picks it up. Into Paisley. Paisley puts it out to Kinsey. Kinsey shoots. Say she walked. Adams coming back in. Adams coming in for Moses. Adams with it. Drives through traffic, kicks it out to Hamilton. Fires, doesn't drop. Adams comes out of there with it. Paisley on her. Say she traveled. No basket. 2:23. That's Chantel. Cambry. Kinsey. Back to Cambry. Just goes through everybody. Puts it up and in. 50-35. Adams into Cambry. Or lost. Oh. And they're going to call it on. Oh, they're going to call jump ball, and it'll be White Swan ball. Man, they are all over the ball. Lake Roosevelt all over the ball. Caused that turnover from Adams. And they just weren't quite ready for that pass. Hamilton with it, trying to get it over to Chantel. Chantel gets it knocked away. Shea gets it. Back to Kinsey. Kinsey for a three. Won't drop. And White Swan coming down with it. Gives it over to Adams. Adams it's not going to fall, but it will be, who's going to the line? Sketarobi. See if she can get a couple points here. She's been quiet tonight. Gets that one. 36-50. Shea coming out. And Paisley coming out. Madeline going in. And Hallie going in. Second one. Doesn't drop. A rebound comes out of there with Underwood. No. Santa. That one drops. Or doesn't. So Lake Roosevelt ball. So only going back in for White Swan. Claire coming in. Puts it into Kinsey. Kinsey brings it across the timeline. Drives all the way, puts it up and in. 52-36. Adams with it. Drives down. Gets it taken away by, she's trying to hit Claire. Claire comes out of, nope. Fight for the ball. And they're going to, there was some fouls going on. So that was on Chantel. So Chantel gets a foul. And Chantel's coming out. Olivia's going in. All right, so inbounds to Hamilton. Hamilton with 54 seconds here in the third to only. Adams with it. Gets it taken away. Kinsey with it. Puts it up to Hallie, to Kinsey. Kinsey's shot doesn't drop. Hamilton comes away with it. 31 seconds remain. Hamilton drives, kicks it out. Only with it. Only puts it into Adams. Adams pulls up, fires, doesn't drop. Madeline has it, gets it, gives it to Hallie, up to Kinsey. Kinsey pulls up, and she fires a three and sinks it. 55-36 with 5 seconds remain. They're going to put up a three-pointer here. And it's going to remain White Swan ball with 0.2 seconds, so in and shoot. Yep. Fires and doesn't quite drop. So end of three, 55-36. Wow. Lake Roosevelt extending out their lead. Gosh darn it. Should be live, but it's not. I'm sorry, folks. I was going to get you a Bridgeport score, and this is just being a royal. All right, I'm getting the score, and we'll watch it till the end now. Oh, yeah, fourth quarter. (55-36). Bridgeport 57, Goldendale 56, and 2:56 left in the game. Loser out. Both teams want it bad. All right. Puts it in to Cambry. Cambry calls in the, or excuse me, Kinsey calls in the play. Hallie with it. Over to Madeline. Madeline just drives, puts it up and in. 57-36. Adams with it. Adams drives through everybody, floats one up, but it doesn't drop, and she was fouled, so she'll be going to the line. That's on Hallie. So Adams gets that one. 57-37. Gets that one as well. 57-38. Kinsey with it. Up to Hallie. Puts it, shot into Madeline, but they say it went off her and White Swan ball. Into Adams. Adams coming across the timeline. Get yourself set up. Lots of people on the floor. Tries to force it away, and they're going to say, I'm not sure. It's calling a foul on, calling it on Hallie. All right, White Swan inbound. Inbound two. Gets it taken away. Hallie with it. Gets it stolen. Gets it back. Gets it stolen by Adams. Adams drives. Hallie comes away with it. Puts it, overthrows Claire. 7:06, 57-38. Coach is like, calm down. All right, Moses to inbound. Moses inbounds to Hamilton. Hamilton gives it back to Moses. Moses brings it down. Puts it over to Adams. And out of bounds. Lake Roosevelt ball with 6:52. Well, 59-61. Goldendale has a 2-point advantage over Bridgeport with 141 left. Cambry with it, or excuse me, Kinsey, gosh darn it. Madeline kicks it out to Hallie. Hallie drives, gets taken. They're gonna say she fouled her. That's a first foul on White Swan. It'll be Lake Roosevelt ball underneath the hoop. They'll have an inbound play. Kicks it out to Madeline. Madeline fires, doesn't drop, but she'll be going to the line to shoot two. 6:37, 57-38, Madeline at the line. So Bridgeport ball with 141 remaining, 59-61. Madeline doesn't get the first one. Madeline gets the second one. 58-38. Moses with it. Moses trying to streak down the side. Kicks it out to Hamilton. Hamilton over to Sketter, and she fires, doesn't drop, into Kinsey's hands, over to Hallie. Kicks it back to Madeline. Madeline out to Olivia. Olivia to Hallie. Hallie out to Kinsey. Kinsey for a three, doesn't drop. She gets a rebound though. Puts up a little shot. That one doesn't drop. Madeline cleans up the glass and puts it in. 60-38. Hamilton with it. 5:53 remain. Looking to see who she can get it to. Gives it to Adams. Adams kicks it out to Moses. Moses for a three. Doesn't drop. Ends up in Claire's hands over. So Kinsey, Kinsey with it. Kinsey down to Madeline. Madeline takes up. Oh, man. Madeline is on a roll, people. 7 points now for her with limited play. Okay, White Swan's like going, hey, we got 5:21, 62-38. We got to stop this train. Big smile on Madeline's face. All right, there. Well, this must be another timeout. Oh. Goldendale has now extended their lead. 59-67. Man, Bridgeport was up when I first tuned in, and I was hoping they were able to pull it off here. But Goldendale has been able to get the lead and extend it a little bit here. How much time is left? One minute and 3 seconds. 59-67. But Tenasket came back on Bridgeport, so there's no reason that Bridgeport can't come back on Goldendale and take this thing. All right. White Swan to inbound from the side. Guzman inbounds it to Hamilton. Hamilton tries to feel. Yep, gosh darn it. So be off. It'll be Lake Roosevelt ball with 5:12. 62-38. (61-67). Kinsey with it. Shea with it. DeLees with it. DeLees tries to put one up and through everybody. Doesn't go. It will remain Lake Roosevelt ball. Said he went through. So they went through them. So, okay, 17 seconds remain. 61-69. Puts it in. Oh my goodness. Great job by Olivia. 64-38. Kicks it out to Hamilton. Back to Moses. Moses gets it tipped away. Back to Hamilton. 4:33 remain. Back to Moses. Moses drives, kicks it out. 3-point put up, doesn't drop. Hamilton gets the rebound. Little shot doesn't drop. Hallie with the rebound. Gets it taken away, but Cambry gets it back, gives it back to Hallie. Hallie gives it back to Cambry. 10 seconds. Turnover. Well, it looks, I didn't see the final score. They turned it off real quick. So based on by the face, I would say that Goldendale won. So unfortunately, Bridgeport's season comes to a close, but man, was that a great run by Bridgeport. All right, we've got, oh, yep. Moses fires the three, doesn't drop. Olivia with it, gives it to Cambry. Cambry drives up, gets it taken away. Yep, she walked. So they're going to give that to White Swan with 3:55 remaining. Darn it, I didn't get to see the final score. I'm sorry, folks. All right, so Hamilton to Moses. Moses with it again, and they're going to call a foul. Cambry. So that'll be 3 on her and 3 on the team in this quarter, 2 on White Swan, 3:42 remain. She's going to get teed up if she isn't quiet. So the official said she needed to sit out. So going to have a conversation with her. Chantel going in for her. And Underwood tries to make that one. Hallie with it. Hallie, oh, Chantel. And off Chantel, so it'll be White Swan ball. 3:28 remains, 64-38. Bridgeport had the lead with a few minutes left, but unfortunately it doesn't appear they were able to maintain it. Looks like Goldendale was able to come back on them. So Underwood to Moses. Moses for the three, doesn't drop. Chantel puts a up to Shea, up to Hallie, and in it goes. 66-38. Moses with it. Drives down, tries to feed it. DeLee's with it. Walked with it. So it will be White Swan ball underneath. Adams coming in. And Sina going out. White Swan inbounds it to Hamilton, into Adams, and she's gonna go to the line. We'll call that on Hallie. So that'll be 3 on Hallie, 2:52, and Adams at the line. Adams with 13 points, Hamilton with 13 points. Correction. Adams with 14 points. 66-39. Fires gets the second one. 66-40. Hallie with it. Puts it up to Shea. Gets it. Loose ball. Hallie with it. Puts it, tries to get it into DeLeese, but goes out over her. 2:40. Moses into Adams. Adams driving. Fires a three, doesn't drop. DeLeese gives it to Shea. Shea cuts through traffic, drives up, gets tied up, and they're going to say jump ball. 2:25 remain, and it'll be a White Swan ball on the ball rotation. Adams inbounds to Moses. Moses bringing it across the timeline. Drives around the edge, goes through traffic, gets it taken away. Chantel over to Hallie. Hallie puts it down to Shea. Into Paisley. Paisley up and in. Good job, Paisley. 68-40. Gives it into Hamilton. 1:53 remain. Kicks it down to Guzman. Guzman to, doesn't give it away. Shea with it. Comes across, gives it up to Hallie. Hallie back to Shea. Shea back to Hallie. Hallie. Chantel. Hallie with it. Puts it into Paisley. Paisley backs it up, fires, doesn't drop. Say it's on the line, so it'll be Lake Roosevelt ball. And Claire is coming in, and Olivia Underwood is coming in. So DeLees comes off. Puts it out to Shea. Shea for a three. Nope. And Guzman with it. Guzman driving all the way. Fires, doesn't drop. And Shea coming this way. Gives it to Claire. Claire gets it to Adams. Adams going back. 1 minute remain. And Underwood fires and sinks it. 68-42. Hallie with it. Shea with it. Claire, Hamilton with it. Drives up, tries to get Guzman, goes out of bounds. It'll be Lake Roosevelt ball with 40.2 seconds remaining. 68-42. Hallie to inbound, puts it into Chantel, and it'll be White Swan ball. Guzman fires a three, goes into Claire's hands. Claire kicks it back to Hallie. 30 seconds remain. Hallie drives around the edge, tries to feed it into Paisley, but goes out of bounds. So White Swan ball with 25.7. Guzman with it. Drives up, gets it tapped away, and Hallie gets it taken away by Guzman. Guzman up and in. 68-44, 11 seconds remain. Hallie with it. Hallie fires a three and sinks a three. 71-44. Fire at the buzzer, does not drop. That is your final score, 71-44. Your Raiders are going to go to state. They have just punched their ticket to state. White Swan has another opportunity. Can win on not this Saturday, following Saturday. They win the following Saturday, they go to state as well. So they've got one more opportunity at it. Lake Roosevelt going on to state now. They will play Cleellum tomorrow for a chance to go to the championship. I think it's going to be a good game. All right, folks, we're going to go grab a great job. Actually, I should take a picture while I'm thinking about it. Punched their ticket. Good job, ladies. I did not. What the heck are you doing? Oh, he's getting a photo from the other side. Good job. I love it. So they are going to state. So Raiders to state. Yep. That's exactly it. Well, he can. Coach Crawlard said he didn't tell him that because he didn't want any pressure, but he was pretty confident that they were going to do well here, and they did. White Swan, good team, battled all the way, but in the end, Lake Roosevelt's pressure and constant ability to rotate in players to keep that pressure ends up giving Lake Roosevelt the victory, 71-44. Next game up will be Tenasket in a loser out round. I will. I'm going to go down here and grab some sheets. I'll be right back. All right. Coach Crawler down giving an interview about going to state and how excited he is, and that's great. Good for them. It was fun to talk to him earlier and just hear about how confident they were and how they felt they were going to do. Next game on the docket is the Tenasket Tigers, number 4 team coming out of the CWB, and they'll be facing the Kittitas Coyotes, the number 4 from the EWAC. Kittitas has an 11-10 record. Tenasket has a 5-19 record. They have been on a winning streak. They beat Tri-Cities Prep 37-32. They beat LaSalle 60-12. Moses Lake Christian Covenant 37-33. Highland 61-15. Lost to Cleellum 14-66. They did. Kittitas beat White Swan 37-33 a few weeks ago. So I have a feeling they've got a pretty stout team. So Tenasket's going to have their hands full as they face the Kittitas team. Again, this is loser out. This game here, loser out. Winner will play tomorrow. Winner plays tomorrow, and the winner has their work cut out for them because they got to win tonight, they got to win tomorrow, and then they got to win next Saturday against White Swan in order to go on. So there is a path for one of these two teams to state, but they've got to win 3 games. So we'll see how tonight goes for them. I'm gonna, I should see if I can pull up the bracket for. I got 11 minutes, good. I'm gonna see if I can pull up the. Come on. What is this? This is girls basketball. All right, let's see if I can get. To boys. No, I don't want RPI. Standings. To be Bridgeport. Yeah, they don't have it posted here yet, but pretty sure they came up just a little short. Trying to find the score. Let's see, another way to do it. Try and see if it's in the brackets yet. Bracket index. CWB. Okay, District 5, and I want boys basketball to be in the Yep, Goldendale slips by Bridgeport. Bridgeport 61, Goldendale 69. Bridgeport had the lead with just a few minutes left. And unfortunately, Goldendale was able to erase that and then get themselves the lead. So Bridgeport season comes to a close, but no reason to hang their heads. They did an awesome job. It was great to see. Absolutely loved how hard Bridgeport played. You know, they had that last-minute shot where they beat Tenasket to take third in league. Congratulations to them on that. And they just, Goldendale had some height, and it looked like they were a pretty tough team. And Bridgeport just not quite able to overcome that. So 61-69. Now we're to where matchups and size and different things really matter. And it definitely did there. So 61-69, all smiles, all smiles. Madeline should be all smiles. She did amazing, amazing out there today. But Goldendale goes on. Bridgeport's season comes to a close. We'll see the other loser out game following this one. We'll have the Warden versus Tenasket. That's 4 versus 4, and see how that one plays out. And then over in the other gym will be Tri-Cities Prep versus Liberty Bell. That'll be a good game as well. So let's see how it all goes, and we'll get this one. We'll see if we can get this one all set up for Tenasket and Kittitas. All right, so final tonight, or today, for the White Swan Lake Roosevelt game is Lake Roosevelt 71, White Swan 44. Not a loser out. White Swan does punch their ticket, or excuse me, Lake Roosevelt punches their ticket to state. So Lake Roosevelt going to state. White Swan has another opportunity. They won't play again until the following Saturday, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday, when they will take on the winner of the girls that kind of works their way up. Excited mama right there, excited about how her daughter played and the fact that they're going to state, and that's just awesome. So great for them. Saw Shay Crawlard and Delise Atkins going by, and there's Coach Crawlard. So congratulations to him and what he's been able to do. All right, well, 7 minutes left. I better get this changed up. So thank you all for watching that game, and we'll be bringing you the Tenasket versus Kittitas game as well. Let's see now, take that off. Let's go here. I don't think I've got. I might though. Let's see. I've played them before. Close that and do background. No battery. Oh man, how did that happen? Got all kinds of battery, and then it like disappeared. Come on, let's go. All right, I'm glad I brought lots of battery. We'll do that one. All right, so reset score, reset. Let's get Kittitas first. Good deal. All right, well, we got 8 minutes left. Tenasket, has some talent on the team that can hit threes and play some great ball. They've struggled a little this season, as you can tell from their record. Norris is an amazing shooter, and they've got some of the parts and pieces they need to be successful. And if they can pull it together here tonight, they will play again tomorrow, and then have that opportunity to go down and win next Saturday to take that last place to state. But they've got some good competition. There's going to be some, folks that want that as bad as they do. So it'll be interesting to see how it all goes. But no, it was neat to see them play and play with heart and see how they can do. Then Kittitas, obviously, playing in a decent league and doing pretty well, and they're wanting to go to state as well. So we'll see how they do here against the Tenasket Tigers. They've got some height over the Tenasket team, that's for sure. There's some tall girls there from Kittitas. So we'll see if they're able to use that to their advantage. Kittitas really has focused on basketball in the last number of years. Had some state championship teams, and we'll see how on the boys' side. We'll see. Girls are always competitive, so we'll see how everybody does and how the games go here this evening. And we'll have this one, and then I'll try and get the score of I will get the score of the Okanagan game on the other side as well, so that we can kind of figure out who's going to be playing tomorrow. What we know right now is we have the Lake Roosevelt Raiders will be taking on Cle Roslyn Warriors at 2:30, and that's currently all we know. We don't know if it's going to be in this gym or if it'll be in the gym, the Wenatchee gym. Obviously, big part of me would love to have the Brewster girls play here at 1, and then the Cle Lake Roosevelt game here following at 2:30. I'd love that. But they are trying to decide where everybody's going to end up. They're waiting for like Tri-Cities Prep to see how the Tri-Cities Prep teams do, Okanagan teams, and Tenasket teams. I think those are the ones that have both boys and girls here. So they're trying to make it where the boys and girls play in the same gym, following each other is kind of the goal. So that's why they're waiting until the games finish here tonight to put up the location of the games. Obviously, Mapton and Brewster at 1, Lake Roosevelt, Cle at 2:30, and then the Okanagan boys play the Kittitas. Oh, see, there's Kittitas boys too. That's at 4 o'clock. Oh, they've decided that one's in the Wenatchee gym. And the Columbia Burbank boys game will be at 4 o'clock here in Eastmont. So, really the decision's going to be, because I think basically Tenasket Warden, Tri-Cities Prep, Liberty Bell. So if they're deciding that now, yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully that's the way it plays out, because I'd love to do the girls' games back to back. That'd be great. And then depending on who wins, I'll try and get over to the Wenatchee gym at 4. But yeah, we'll see. I'll let you all know as soon as we hear. on that side of things. And again, appreciate you all being here and support. It's been great to be able to broadcast these games for you. And today, you know, I love it. We put out a request saying, hey, we got some folks that would like to have us come down and do their games, and the fans support it, and we are here. So 3:20 left before we get underway with Kittitas Coyotes and the Tenasket Tigers. Ladies action and loser out. So obviously they're hoping, both teams are hoping to get the victory and continue on their quest to state. Obviously they're all excited to be here in districts. My wife, well, we had a couple of cats, that outdoor cats we've had for a few years. Wonderful cats, wonderful mousers, loved them. They were just wonderful. Well, unfortunately, they passed away this fall, and a couple of things that I wish we would have done differently to take care of them. But they were 8 years old, and but my wife had seen where the Wenatchee Humane Society had a deal during Thanksgiving where it was free pet adoption for cats to clean out the kennel, and we came down. I think I might have told some of the story, but we are literally driving over from Moses Lake after our Thanksgiving over there, going to the Humane Society, and we're looking because they had these cats, and she had picked the cats she wanted, so she had them. And I kept refreshing the website because they said, hey, we refresh this website as soon as cats get adopted, so if they're on here, they're good. And I kept refreshing, and we're getting closer and closer, and their cats are still there. Literally, as we're pulling into town, I refresh, and the cats she wanted are gone. And I'm like going, oh my gosh, honey, I'm so sorry. And they had a system error, and that's why it hadn't been updated. So we get there, and there's these three siblings. I think it was three young ladies, and they were all excited about this pair of kittens that they wanted so bad. The black and white kittens are super cute, and they were so trying to get their mom and dad to let them have them. I mean, begging. Well, the parents said no. So my wife says, I want those cats. So we got the two black and white cats, and then there was one more cat that was left. And so the wife's like, oh, we got to have it. And so we ended up talking with the lady that had them, and we ended up getting them adopted. So we got 3 cats now. But anyway, I got some folks sitting here looking over my shoulder, so let me put you on hold 1 second, folks. All right, folks. We're getting ready for this game to go. And Tabor coming out for Tenasket.
And eighth grader number 4, Josie Beard.
So Josie Beard coming out for Kittitas.
Freshman number 12, Paisley Beltrami.
So Paisley Beltran coming out for Tenasket.
Junior number 10, Jolina Blackmore.
Blackmore coming out for Kittitas. They got some tall girls on Kittitas' team.
Sophomore number 13, JC Norris.
Norris for Tenasket. JC can shoot. All right, sounds good, man. Nice meeting you guys, too.
Number 12, Libby Huss.
All right. All right. Libby Huss.
Sophomore number 20, Amaya Davenport.
Davenport coming out for Tenasket. Amaya.
And lastly, junior number 22, Leo Weeks. The head coach of the Tigers is Brittany Anderson. Head coach of the Coyotes is Ethan Dillon. Today's athletic trainer is Whitney
I was chatting with the Cougar Sports Network. A couple gentlemen that love to root for their team and broadcast their network. So they were here chatting about their what they had going and looking at what we had set up in comparison. Took me a while, but I got what works really well, so I'm really happy with it. And we appreciate all our fans willing to come help support. All right, we've got the tip-off going, and Norris gonna jump. And Tenasket, or excuse me, Kittitas gets the first bucket. Blackmore. Williams ends up into the hands of Beard. Beard over to Blackmore, out to Parker. Over to Weeks, gets it taken away. Tenasket coming across, kicks it out to, so Weeks takes it away, gives it out to Parker. Parker backs it out, kicks it down to Huss, puts it up, doesn't drop, but for the putback. Tenasket all the way up. Davenport drives, pulls up, shoots, does not drop. Tenasket comes away with it, Williams with it, gives it out to Beltran, to Davenport. Davenport looking, gives it to Norris. Norris feeds it, or comes underneath, doesn't drop. Williams taps it away. Tabor with it. Norris feeds it into Williams. Out. Okay. Oh, wow. Great job. Williams for a three. Good test. 3-4. Goes around the edge. Kicks it out. Puts it over to Beard. Beard over to Parker. Parker for a three. Does not drop. Say it's off of Norris's hands, so it will be Kittitas ball underneath. Kicks it out to Huss. Huss doesn't drop, and they're going to call her for over the back. So it's going to be on 10. Blackmore gets the foul. Into Beltran, back to Williams, over to Davenport. She's got pressure. Gets it taken away by Kittitas. Williams in there with it. Weeks feeds it across, out to Beard. Beard for a three. No, two. 3-6. Beltran with it. Back to Williams. Williams to Davenport. Davenport gets tied up by Weeks, and there's a jump ball. 5:29 here in the third. So it will be Tenasket ball. Williams to inbound. Out to Beltram. Beltram to Williams. Williams to Beltram. Into Williams. Beltram, Davenport, and shot clock violation. Sorry about that. Okay, Beard to inbound for Kittitas. Puts it into Weeks. Weeks across the timeline. Back to Beard. Over to Parker. Parker to Huss. Parker goes around, gives it into Beard. Beard back to Parker. Parker for a three. Doesn't drop, but Williams had it. Another tie-up. And that will be Kittitas ball with 4:45 remaining. So Weeks inbounds, puts it out, doesn't drop, rebounding Kittitas, their height, man. Beard for the basket, 3-8. Their height is just challenging for Tenasket. And Kittitas is all over them too. All right, so Tabor fires, doesn't drop, rebound comes out of there to Parker. Parker coming across the timeline. Kicks it out to Beard. Beard back to Parker. Over to Huss. Huss ends up losing it. Beltram ends up with it. Beltram comes across the timeline. Kicks it over to Williams. Williams down to Tabor. Tabor for another three. Gets that one. 6-8. Kittitas coach. Parker telling him what. Parker with it still. Kicks it out to Huss. Over to Beard. Beard feeds it in to Blackmore. Back. And Davenport gets away with up and in. Ties it at 8. Great job, Tenasket. Good job, Lady Tigers. 3:20 left here in the first. Weeks slowing it down. Brings it across the timeline. Drives around. Feeds it into Blackmore and out of bounds. It'll be Tenasket ball. In comes Goodrich. Beltram coming out. Goodrich to inbound to Williams. Williams with it. Across the timeline. Tabor for another one. Doesn't drop and into Weeks' hands. She's feeding it up. Kicks it out to Parker. Parker kicks it down to Huss. Back to Parker. Looking as she wants to feed it inside. Parker trying to feed it inside. And away comes Norris. Norris just drives through everybody. Puts it up and in. Tenasket with the lead. 10-8. Kittitas says, I've seen enough. We were up and now we aren't. Ethan Dillon, head coach, assisted by Brenna Whitney. Great job, Tenasket. Loving it. All right, Kittitas with the ball. Weeks, Parker. Down in the corner. Blackmore, doesn't drop. Goodrich with it, gives it to Williams. Williams across the timeline. Goes to the side, kicks it back to Goodrich. Tabor, Goodrich, Norris, Williams, 14 on the shot clock. Tries to feed it in underneath to Goodrich, doesn't get it away. Gets it out to Weeks. Kittitas comes across the timeline. Weeks drives, pulls up for a three, doesn't drop. Davenport with the rebound, gives it over to Goodrich, up to Williams. Williams with Tenasket brings it across the timeline. Comes over to the edge, drives, kicks it out. Tabor for another three, doesn't drop. Rebound Blackmore, puts it up to Weeks. Kittitas on the roll, backs it out. Weeks sets up her offense, tells her Parker with it. Over to Weeks. Weeks over to Parker. Back to Weeks. Over to Hardy. To Beard. Going to say jump ball and be Tenasket ball with 1:06 remaining here in the third. Beltram comes in for Davenport. All right. I'm going to try and do first names. Bella. So Bella with Tenasket. Bella Williams. Drives around. Kicks it out to Lexia. Lexia, let's see. JC with it. And it's going to remain Tenasket ball underneath. Miley. Paisley. Miley. Paisley. JC. Kicks it all the way out. Oh, gets it taken away by Weeks. Norris taps it away. Pressure on there. They're trying to, and up and in for Beard. So 2 tie game, 10-10, 32 seconds remain. Bella. Back to Bella. Gets it tipped by Weeks. Weeks driving. Bella tries to stop her. She goes all the way, and she's going to get a foul called. She'll go to the line and shoot 2 with 17.6 remaining here in the first. Fires, doesn't drop. Tostenson in for Kittitas. Doesn't drop, rebound, great job. Wow, Beltram, I just can't do it. Beltram does a great job there. Tenasket bringing it across, 8 seconds. Williams with it, kicks it out to Tabor. Oh, just misses. And says she walks, but doesn't matter. Tied at 10. They're going to talk about it. They're going to give Tenasket, I think, a little bit of time and the ball, I believe. 0.4 on the clock. And Tenasket, okay. So Tenasket ball with 0.4. So they'll have an inbound and basically a shoot and release situation. Oh, it's underneath. All right, so basically input, shot. Oh, doesn't drop for her. That was a good shot. Norris almost had it. All right, so we're into the second quarter now. Tied at 10. Jones and Ayers come in for Tenasket. And again, this one is a loser out game. The last one we watched wasn't, but this one is. So winner of this one goes on to play tomorrow. They got to win tomorrow, and then they have to win the following Saturday. If they loser sees their season come to a close. And the game after this, the Tenasket boys game, will also be loser out. Chatted with Cougar Sports Network. They said they got 3 bags of equipment, and I don't think they realized they were supposed to be paying fees. They were like, what? We got to pay? Yeah. But anyway, I showed them what we have and love it and appreciate all your support to get what we've got. So, all right. Kittitas with the ball to start the second. Huss inbounds to Weeks. Weeks drives, kicks it to Parker. Parker puts it down to Beard. Parker back with it. Tries to feed it in underneath. Norris knocks it away. No, wait a second. That isn't Norris. Who is that? That's Jones. I recognize that name. I recognize Williams, too. Lots of great players on the Tenasket team. Beltram puts it over to Ayers. Feeds it in underneath. Back out. Jones had it. Tries to feed it over to Goodrich. Goodrich fires. Doesn't drop, but she'll be going to the line to shoot 2. So Beard with a foul. She's the leading scorer for Kittitas. Ayers gets that one. Yeah, it's Goodrich. Oh, it's Goodrich. I'm sorry, folks. That was Goodrich. I apologize. Okay, Weeks with it. Weeks driving. Kicks it out to Parker, to Beard. Back to Parker. Back to Beard. Back to Parker. Drives around. Back to Weeks. Weeks looking at it. Beard looking at it. Feeds it in to Blackmore. Blackmore shoots. Doesn't drop. Fight for the ball. Jones, a freshman there. Inbounds to Williams. Puts it up to Goodrich. Goodrich looks at it, picks it up, gives it back to Williams. Williams over to Beltram. Beltram down to Jones. Jones looking at it, gets it up to Ayers. Ayers over to Beltram. Beltram all the way to Williams. Williams for the shot. Oh, almost dropped for her. Jones with it. And she drops it in. Great job. 14-10. Weeks with it. Brings it over. Gives it. They're going to call a foul there. It's going to be on Williams. That'll be her first foul. Huss to inbound. Huss inbounds to Parker. Parker to Beard. Beard drives. Tries to feed one up. Jones with it. Oh, gives it out. It ends up rolling to Parker. Parker fires, doesn't drop, but she's going to go shoot 2. And that's going to be the second quick foul on Williams. Coach is going to sub in Davenport. Parker at the line. Parker with the first one. Off the backboard and in. Davenport coming in. Parker fires, doesn't drop. Good block out by Beltran. Across the timeline. Gives it to Jones. Jones out to Ayers. Ooh, Ayers almost gets the 3. Jones gets the rebound. Oh. And they get, Weeks saw that pass, but Tenasket all over it. And up and in. 14-13. Davenport with it. Beltram. Beltram driving across. Puts it, I'm not sure where that one was to. Weeks with it. Drive, or puts it down. Huss with it, Beard with it, and they score. Take back the lead, 14-15. Davenport. Davenport drives, kicks it down to Jones. Jones gives it back to Davenport, feeds it in underneath to Beltram. Beltram tries to go up, doesn't get it to drop. Parker with it, driving. Jones with it. Jones gives it out to Ayers, back to Beltram. Beltram kicks it out to Davenport, back to Beltram, into Jones, and Jones puts it up and in. 16-15. 4:26 remain. Weeks trying to slow it down a little bit. Kicks it down to Parker. Parker tries to get around Davenport, gives it to Beard. Beard kicks it out to Huss. Weeks. And Beltram with it. Beltram across the timeline. 3:56 remain here. Kicks it down to Davenport. Davenport, Weeks with it. Not.
Maddie Hardy in for John Blackman.
All right, so Weeks with it. Comes across the timeline. Kicks it to Parker, back to Weeks. Into, almost loses it to Beltram, but Parker with it now. Parker looking, pulls up, fires, doesn't drop, goes loose, and it'll be Tenasket ball. Norris coming in for Jones.
Jason Norris in for Cliff Jones.
3:25 remain here in the second. Davenport. Davenport gets it tied up, but she shoots and ends up in Parker's hands. Parker puts it all the way up to Weeks, and Beltram with it. Beltram driving, comes across the timeline, gets around the defender, kicks it out to Ayers, and they're going to call a foul there. So that one's on Parker. And Huss goes in. Tenasket's got a play in mind. Kicks it out to Beltram. Beltram up to Goodrich. Goodrich back to Beltram. Over to Ayers. Ayers to Norris. Norris looking to drive around everybody. Gives it to Davenport. Oh, almost. Doesn't quite drop for her. Weeks with it. Weeks to Parker. Parker across the timeline. Comes up, drives around, gets stuffed by Beltram. On the floor they go, and they're going to say it's Kittitas ball. Tabor coming in for Ayers. Inbound to Parker. Parker kicks it to Beard. Beard top fires, doesn't drop. And they're going to say it was on, she was on the line. .222 remain before half. Weeks to inbound. Kicks it out to Parker. Parker drives, puts one up and in.
Parker.
16-17, 2:14. Beltram with it. Beltram drives to the side, goes through Tabor's hands and out of bounds. Kittitas ball with 2:07 remaining. Beard inbounds to Weeks. Weeks coming across the timeline. Gives it back to Beard. Down to Hardy. Hardy back to Beard. Oh, Davenport almost picks that pass off. Huss fights for it. Parker drives and puts it up and in. 16-19, 140. Kicks it out to Davenport. Davenport up, little hard. Up to Weeks. Norris gets in front of her. Nice job by Norris. I'm going to say she walked. Yep. 120. Turner coming in for Goodrich. 120. Into Davenport. Norris. Uh-oh. Beltran with it. Beltran just comes through traffic, cuts through, gives it to Norris. Norris for a three. Oh, normally she hits those. She's pretty good. Tabor doesn't drop. Oh, she got nailed. So Beltran will go to the line, and Parker will have her second foul with 1:02 remaining here in the first half. Beltran fires the first one. Hits the back iron and comes out. Parker sits out. Tostenson goes in. Second one doesn't quite drop. Norris doesn't get it to drop, but up and in. Beltran. So Beltran gets that one. 18-19, 48 seconds in the first half. Beard driving, kicks it down, tries to give it back, and Beltram comes away with it, drives, gets it out of bounds, but it'll remain Tenasket ball with 37.4. Davenport's inbound. Inbounds to Turner. Tabor nails a three for Tenasket. 21-19 with 28 seconds here in the first half. Beard brings it, kicks it over to the edge, turns it over to Norris. Norris to the races. Nice little move, doesn't drop, gets her own rebound. Battles, doesn't drop. Beard comes out of there with it. 10 seconds remain. Beard pulls up, kicks it down, tries to feed it across, kicks it out, doesn't go. Wow, what a first half, folks. What a first half. 21-19, 21-19 as the teams head in the locker room, giving themselves a 10-minute break to discuss what the coaches want to see here in the second half of play. Picking up a little, want to make sure you guys can hear me all right. I was a little bit quiet there. So hopefully you can hear me now. Actually, you probably could. Hopefully you could. Whew, man. Well, oh, that's way loud. That's fine. All right. Guess we're picking up a little bit, but not much. All right, so we're hitting the yellow just barely. So I think we're good. Tenasket out there giving the crowd something to watch here at the halftime. They got some good tumblers, actually, and some things that are like, wow, impressive. Love that. 9:03 remain here in half before we get back to action. This is a loser out game. And what'll happen is the loser, or excuse me, the winner will, oh, they don't have the time tomorrow yet. So it depends on the other game going on over in the Wenatchee gym, the Okanagan ladies taking on Tri-Cities Prep. So the winner of the Tri-Cities Prep Okanagan versus the winner of Kittitas Tonasket tomorrow, and you got to win that one too. So you got 2 loser outs, bang bang. So you got to win both of them, and then you got to win on the 21st against White Swan. Win that one, and you go to state. But it is a challenge, but man, Tonasket is doing amazing. Very proud of how these young ladies have come out here tonight and played with heart. And even though Kittitas came out early and used their height advantage and took the lead, Tonasket came right back and currently setting with a 2-point lead. I think sometimes when people look at records, they don't get a sense of the quality of teams that their competitor has been playing. You know, Tonasket's 5-19 record doesn't look great, but they've played some quality teams, including Brewster and Okanagan, you know, Liberty Bell, Lake Roosevelt. I mean, we've got a decent league, and the girls have fought and fought and fought, and they've got talent. I mean, like I was talking about, they've got some ladies that can shoot and really do well, and I think they are going to do well. So it's fun to see them out there and how successful they're being currently. So loving that. Kittitas with 11-10 record. You know, you think, oh, 11-10, man, 5 versus 5-19. What's this? But you know, Tonasket knows that they got to win tonight and they got to win tomorrow. So they're doing great. Love it. Love seeing their spirit and how they're going after it. So kudos to them. The Tonasket boys are you know, have all the tools. I think they're going to do well. You know, I was really hoping that Bridgeport was going to get that win over Davenport. Again, looking at records, you just can't really tell, but you know, they definitely had every opportunity, and right there with just a few minutes left, Bridgeport had the lead, and then they ended up just falling a little short. Just a waning minute or so, Goldendale was able to take the lead and close out Bridgeport's season. But Bridgeport had a heck of a season. Proud of them, proud of how well they did and how they fought. And man, almost had the victory there. The path for the boys is a little easier. They need to win 2 rather than 3 like the girls. So win tonight, win tomorrow, and then you're going to state. The game on the 21st for the boys is just for 5th and 6th place, but all 6 teams are going. So you just got to win tonight and tomorrow on the boys' side. So I honestly had kind of wondered if it wasn't going to be a Bridgeport versus Tonasket game tomorrow, but obviously it's not. It's going to be Goldendale versus hopefully Tonasket. So Tonasket hopefully will pull off the victory here tonight and get the opportunity to go on. And on the girls' side, we got the Okanagan ladies battling Tri-Cities Prep, and obviously the Tonasket girls battling Kittitas. And Kittitas beat Tri-Cities Prep 37-32 in their last matchup. I think they played each other early. And earlier Tri-Cities Prep beat Kittitas 35-51. So Kittitas lost to them the first time they played. The second time they played, they beat them. So to get to the number 3 spot. So Okanagan, I think, has a good shot at that. Okanagan's a good team. They've got a lot of tools and a lot of talent. So hopefully they're able to get the victory over there. And hopefully the Tonasket girls get the win as well. So it'll be exciting. Oh, I should have looked at that. Lexi Porch. Yeah. Kevin Porch texted me and said how much he appreciates me broadcasting tonight's game and really appreciates what we do. And then was telling me he wasn't able to make it over for the game, so he was watching, and that was awesome. And his daughter is on the cheer squad, which Lake Roosevelt probably knows. But Kevin has been involved in Babe Ruth baseball for a number of years, and I head that up for the North Central Washington League. So I've gotten to know him over the course of time, and he stepped away recently, but you know, it's, well, he's still, I'm sure he's involved, but it's neat to hear from him, and I appreciate that, Kevin. It's awesome to be able to do this, and we are looking at here in the future, you know, anybody willing to donate to help support our cause, we love that, but to help alleviate some of the costs that we're incurring now, looking at doing some advertising, offering some folks an opportunity to advertise with us. And then in addition to that, I talked with Eli Sports Network, and have been working with them over at State B in Spokane for a number of years now, as most of my fans realize, and appreciate that and the opportunities that's been given us. But working with them on how they've been successful with their program, and we're looking at what that's going to look like. But anyway, we appreciate everybody watching, and appreciate everything everybody does. I mean, all the players out here, you know, the parents and the student athletes, the amount of time they put into practice and games and tournaments and to get here, you know, it's just, it's awesome. And all of them deserve a huge kudos. You know, obviously I love the fact that Lake Roosevelt came out and played like they can. Lake Roosevelt ladies have improved so much from the beginning of the season till now. They're a young team. I expect a lot of things. Yeah, Kevin was mentioning it's just weird not to have both the boys' teams, the Brewster and Lake Roosevelt teams, playing in the postseason, and he's right. We just had such a strong league this year. I mean, it's just, there was a lot of quality teams, and they beat each other by just a few points most of the time. It just shows the strength of that league, and you know, hopefully we are able to represent well. And I'm hoping the Tonasket boys make it all the way to state is what I'm hoping, so that we have 3 teams from the CWB representing the quality of our league this year. And you know, Okanagan and Libertyville are both excellent examples of that. And I think that Tonasket would be fun too. So it is great to see, and I am hoping we have lots of CWB teams represented at state. Oh, goodness. We're about ready to get back underway, folks. I was talking with someone today and mentioned how, you know, since I've been doing Brewster Sports, this is the first year I have not had one of my children playing sports. And as I thought back further, I'm like going, man, it has been, I think Whitney started playing volleyball or basketball. It's been going on, what, 18, 19 years I've had a kid playing sports. And this is the first year I haven't. But it is fun to see the young student athletes out here. And we are going to get underway as, oh, darn it. Here I yacked the whole time and didn't get this changed to the third. All right. Kittitas with it. Puts the shot up, doesn't drop. Rebound and putback doesn't happen. They're going to say it's going to remain with Kittitas. Parker to inbound. Yeah, they reset the clock. All right. Parker inbound. Puts it into Blackmore. And jump ball. Tonasket ball. Great job. Great hustle. Great hands. Beltram did really good. Beltram gives it back to Williams. Williams brings it across the timeline. dribbles down, gives it over to Norris. Norris almost loses the handle, and they're going to say jump ball again. Weeks all over it. Beard to inbound. Into Parker. Across the timeline. Gets it taken away by Davenport, and they're going to say she pushed. So Parker will have another foul. That'll be Parker's third. So they're going to set her real quick. And they'll bring in Hardy. So Hardy's going to come in for Parker. So that was a quick foul, and with 3 on her, she needs to sit for a bit. Tenasket ball. Beltram to inbound to Williams, back to Beltram, down to Davenport. Oh, gosh darn it. Davenport with it. Weeks trying to get her to stop. Kicks it out to Norris. Norris with a 3. Oh! Beltram with the rebound, gives it back to Williams. Weeks with it, gives it to Davenport. Back to Norris. Norris tries to feed it up over the top of Weeks. That doesn't happen. Beltram gets it, gives it over to Williams. Williams down to Tabor. Tabor, ooh, almost bounces in. Beard looking at it, feeds it way up to Weeks. Weeks trying to spin, doesn't get it to go, walks with it. So it'll be Tenasket ball with 6:44 here in the third. Score still 21-19. All right, Williams with it. Across the timeline. Gives it to Norris. Norris, Beltram. Tabor. Tabor floats one, doesn't drop. She's after it. Beard with it. Puts it up to Weeks. Weeks, tries to feed it in, and it ends up going out of bounds. So it'll be Tenasket ball. And Jones coming in for Williams. Jones puts it into Beltram. 6:17 remain here in the third. Beltram across the timeline. Goes down, kicks it over to Norris. Or no, yeah, that was Norris, sorry. And shot doesn't drop. Beard feeds it up. Back to Beard. Beard tries to do it, doesn't get it. Puts it out to Huss. Huss gets it. Tied game, 21. Into Tabor, back to Beltram. Beltram comes across the timeline. Ooh. Into Norris. Norris into Jones. And they're going to say off of somebody, and it remains Tenasket ball. Davenport into Jones. Over to Beltram. Back to Davenport. Davenport feeds it through, and they're going to say she walked with it. 5:29 remain. 21-21. Weeks with it. Weeks across the timeline. Kicks it out to Beard. Beard for a 3 and gets it. 21-24. Tenasket wants a timeout. Beard has 13 of their 24 points for Kittitas. Tenasket talking about it, saying, hey, we had the lead and they've scored 5 points and we haven't. So we need to get this going, folks. Tenasket cheerleaders over there rooting on the crowd. A light crowd tonight. All right, Tenasket inbound. Beltram in to Tabor. Back to Beltram. Drives. Goes off Davenport. The Kittitas ball. 5:06 here in the third. All right, Weeks with it. Across the timeline. Kicks it over to Beard. Over to Huss. Feeds it, doesn't drop. Norris with the rebound. Out to Tabor, or excuse me, Davenport. And they're gonna, oh my goodness. Norris coming out. Goodrich going in. Weeks with it. Weeks driving around. Gets it out to Beard. Beard tried to feed it across. Doesn't drop. Huss is going to go to the line. Or excuse me, Blackmore. Huss misses it. Blackmore gets it, tries to put it up, gets fouled. So she'll shoot 2. First one, drops for her. 21-25. Second one, doesn't drop for her. And Jones with the rebound, gives it to Williams. Williams crosses the timeline. Kicks it over to Beltram. Beltram feeds it into Williams. Kicks it, whoops. Wow, Beltram is an acrobat. All I gotta say is she's an acrobat. Goodrich gets it. 23-25, Weeks with it. Tabor on Weeks. Beard with it. Kicks it into Huss, or into Blackmore. Blackmore spinning around. Doesn't get it to drop. Beltram with it. Comes across the timeline. Kicks it over to Williams. Williams feeds it over to Beltram, back to Williams. Over to Tabor. Back to Beltram. Feeds it into, tries to get it to Jones. It's going to remain with Tenasket. Turner coming in for Jones.
Remy Turner in for Tigers.
So Tenasket ball. Williams to inbound. Williams feeds it out to Tabor. Tabor, not dropping for her like they did in the first. Goodrich in for, let's see, that's Beard. Beard to Hardy. Beard up, doesn't drop. Rebound out of there, Beltram. Beltram comes across the timeline. Feeds it up, tries to get it down, ends up with Beard. Gives it to Weeks, gets it tapped by Beltram. Turner ends up with it, gives it to Williams. 2:55 remain here in the third. 23-25 still. Williams comes across the timeline over to the edge. Kicks it to Huss. Williams to inbound. Kicks it up to Beltram. Beltram. Yep. So I'm not sure what happened there. Must have been a foul. All right, so player control foul on Hardy that time. It had been on Turner, I guess. prior. Williams with it. Williams gives it to Tabor. Oh, just not dropping for her, and that one went off of Tenasket apparently. 2:25 remain, 23-25. I'm going to put Parker back in. So Parker coming in for Tenasket. So, all right. So Parker with it. Parker coming across the timeline. Kicks it back to Weeks, back to Parker. Parker to Beard. Beard to Weeks. Weeks fires a three, doesn't drop. Parker chases it down in the corner, drives around traffic, pulls up, puts one up and in. 23-27, Beltram with it. Beltram crosses the timeline, feeds it over to Tabor. Tabor feeds it to Williams. Williams out back to Beltram. Beltram, ooh, doesn't quite drop. They call a foul. It's on Tabor. It's her first. And she comes out. 3 fouls on Tenasket, 2 on Kittitas. Huss goes back in, and Hardy comes out. Beard feeds it up to Parker. And we've got Weeks. Ayers in there. Yep. Beard. 2 more. It's 15 for her. Williams gives it over to Beltram, over to Turner, over to, oh, darn it. That was good, Rich. Beard with it. Beard up to Weeks. Weeks to Huss. 23-31. Beltram up and in. 25-31. Parker with it. Back to Parker. Weeks fires, doesn't drop, but she's fouled. She'll go to line and shoot 2. That'll be on Williams. That'll be her 3rd. So Weeks at the line to shoot. .7 remain here in the 3rd. 25-32. Turner coming, or Davenport coming in for Turner. Weeks fires and gets that one as well. 25-33, Beltram with it. Brings it across the timeline. Over to the edge, drives through, and she'll go shoot 2. I think that was on McGuffin. Beltram at the line. Gets the first one. 26-33. And doesn't get the second one. Beard with the rebound. Parker with it. Davenport almost gets that one from Weeks. Parker with it. Over to Huss. Over to Weeks for a 3. Doesn't get it to drop. Tenasket with it. Jump ball, they say. And it'll be Kittitas ball. Goodrich. 20.7. Beltram with it. Beltram just speeds up, drives around, and she's going to line to shoot 2 with 12.6 seconds remaining. So that'll be on Huss. Beltran. That one doesn't drop for her. So McGuffin comes out. Blackmore goes back in. Beltran to fire again. Doesn't get that one to drop either. Gonna be Kittitas ball. So 9.2 seconds. And Hardy coming in, and he's pulling Parker so she doesn't get a foul on the last 9.2. Williams into Davenport. Gives it down underneath. Jump ball, and it'll be Kittitas ball with 2.8. And that's the end of 3. 26-33. Nantucket battling. Not having the success they had in the first half. All right, we're to the fourth and final quarter. 26-33. Tenasket ball to start the fourth. Oh, we got a barn burner again. 46-43 in the Okanagan versus Tri-Cities prep. Okay, inbounds to Beltran, back to Williams. Williams driving to the side, kicks it down to Beltran, fires over, doesn't drop, tripped by, yep, she walked. Beard walks with it. It'll be Tenasket ball, 7:47 remaining. Williams hits the feet. Parker with it. Parker puts it up to Beard, back to Parker to Weeks. Weeks looks at it, drives, pulls up, doesn't drop, and they're going to say she got hit. She'll go to line to shoot 2. 7:32 remain. So 38.5, oh my gosh, they're almost done. 38.5 seconds remain. It's going to fire a 3. Doesn't drop. 28 seconds remain. And they're going to call a foul. 22.7 remain in the Okanagan game. Okanagan's up 46-43. Weeks fires, doesn't drop. Oh my gosh. But they get the first one and they get the rebound and the putback. Beltran with it. Up to Norris, and they're going to call a foul. So that'll be the first foul this quarter on Kittitas. So, oh my goodness, that's on Parker. That's her 4th. So Tenasket calls a timeout. With 7-11, 36-26. That series there where Kittitas was able to get the ball. 20.7 seconds. Knapp with it. And they're going to say jump ball, and it will be Tri-Cities prep ball. 15.4 seconds remain. 46-43. Ooh, barn burner. Okay, so they're going to call a timeout. So 46-43, Okanagan with a 3-point lead. Tri-Cities Prep with the ball with 15.4 remaining. Here we have 7:11 left to go. Kittitas is up. Tonasket with 26, Kittitas with 36. 7:11 left. Inbounds to Beltram. Beltram drives around everybody. Puts up a shot, doesn't drop. And doesn't drop. And Kittitas with it, gives it over to Beard. Kittitas calls a timeout. It'll be Kittitas ball underneath. Tri-Cities Prep ladies gonna try and get a play put together. They got to score 3 in 15 seconds. Very possible. Okay, 26-36. Tonasket knows what's on the line. They battle. They've done amazing this game. I'm very, very proud of them, regardless of the outcome. Kittitas to inbound. Blackmore going down. Going to feed it into Weeks. Beltram ends up with it. Nope. Goodrich with it. Norris. Yes! Oh, did I say that? I did. I like Norris. She is such a good player. She just hadn't had her confidence today. All right. They feed it down to Huss. And going to be a jump ball. Okay. So Okanagan is up 47-43. And that is game. Okanagan survived. 47-43. Final for the ladies. Okanagan ladies win 47-43 over Tri-Cities Prep. Okanagan's going on and will face the winner of this game. Kittitas to inbound. Puts it into Beard. Beard fires, doesn't drop. And out of there comes Ayers. Ayers drives down, gives it down to Norris. Norris puts it through everybody, gets fouled, and she'll be going to the line to shoot 2. Congratulations to the Okanagan ladies going on.
Jason Norris at the line, shooting 2.
Norris at the line. Gets the first one. 30-36. 6:09 remain. Norris with the second one. Gets that one as well. 31-36. Into Parker. To Beard. Beard brings it across the timeline. Puts it to Weeks. Huss with it. Huss puts it into Parker. Parker tries to feed it around everybody. Tries to get it up, loses it. Davenport with it. She's got somebody behind her. Pulls it out. Drives around the edge. I'm going to say she walked with it. So it'll be Kittitas ball. 5:40 remain here. Winner of this will go on. Winner of this will go on and face Okanagan tomorrow. So Okanagan wins. They don't have that one updated yet. But Okanagan beat Tri-Cities Prep. And boys are playing Wenatchee at 4. So I'm guessing they're going to do a 2:30 girls game with Okanagan and whoever the winner of this one is. But we'll see. I'm guessing the ladies play at 2:30 tomorrow in the Wenatchee gym again. The Okanagan ladies at 2:30 in Wenatchee gym is my guess, since the boys are 2:34. Yeah, that'd be right. So 2:30. Okanagan 2. I don't know. We'll find out. All right. So 5:40, 31-36. 5:40 remain. Kittitas doing everything they can. Weeks with it. Loses it. Davenport picks it up. Puts one up. Doesn't drop. And they're going to call a foul there. There's 2 fouls on or 2 fouls on Kittitas. 2 fouls now on Tenasket. That's the first one on Davenport. Beard to inbound. Beard puts it into Huss. Back to Beard. Beard trying to dribble with Davenport on her. Puts it down to Weeks. Oh, they're going to say Beltram fouled Weeks. That'll be the third one on Tenasket and the third one on Beltram. So Beltram comes out and Tabor goes in. 5:19 left. Puts it all the way out to Huss. No, Blackmore, I'm sorry. That was Blackmore. That is Blackmore. Parker, Beard, Weeks. Weeks fires a 3, doesn't drop. Davenport comes down with it. Davenport goes all the way, spins through everything, puts it up. I was going to say it's Kittitas ball, or excuse me, Tenasket ball. Jones going to come in for Goodrich. Davenport. Oh, Jones did not get that shot off fast enough. There's too much height in Kittitas. Parker with it. Parker feeds it over to Beard, back to Parker. Parker drives, gives it to Weeks. Weeks drives, backs up, gives it out to Huss. Huss misses. Blackmore gets it and puts it up and in. Davenport with it. Davenport drives again, kicks it out, bounces it off somebody's foot. It remained Tenasket ball. It's Ayers. 4:20 remain. Jones with it. Ayers with it. Back to Jones. So it will be Kittitas ball. 4:13, 31-38. Beard to inbound to Weeks. Weeks to Parker. Parker, and they're going to say push. And that'll be foul. I don't know if that's 4. It's 5. She's going to the line, but if it's 4, they'll got one more to give. All right, Beard to inbound. Beard inbounds it to Parker. Parker calls out the play she wants to see. Parker feeds it, tries, doesn't get it. She'll be going to the line. And that foul is on Davenport. She'll shoot 2. That's a third one on Davenport. So 3:55 remain, 31-38. Parker fires. That one doesn't go for her. Fires the second one. That one doesn't drop for her. Blackmore with it. The block out and jump. They got to block out and jump. There's too much height. They got to block out and then jump. Otherwise, that's going to continue to happen. Blackmore to the line. Fires. Doesn't drop for her. 3:50 remain in the game. 31-38. Fires again. That one doesn't drop. Ayers with it. Ayers drives down, kicks it back to Turner. Beard all the way up in front of Weeks. Weeks backs up, drives through, doesn't drop, but she's going to the line. 3:26, and that one is going to be on. Who's that on? It's on Tabor. Fires the first one and gets it. 31-39. Ayers with it. Ayers kicks it out. Turner feeds it over. Gives it out to Parker. Parker with Kittitas comes down. Kicks it out to Weeks. Weeks backs out to a 3 and fires and gets it. 42-31. Davenport with it. Davenport goes around. Gets off her foot. Weeks with it. I'm going to say she walked. Yep. So it'll be Tenasket ball. Timeout. We're just going to leave it down here. 2:46 remain, 31-42. Goldendale showing up to watch the game that will determine who they will face. Goldendale beating Bridgeport in the the waning minutes. When I first tuned in, Bridgeport had us, I think, a one-point lead over Goldendale, and just minutes remaining. Goldendale ended up winning by 7, I believe. So Goldendale knocks off Bridgeport, and they have come over to sit in the stands and watch Tenasket taking on Warden. Winner of that game will face Goldendale tomorrow, and that game is the one that will determine who gets the third spot to state, Goldendale or the winner of the game that we'll see next here. Tenasket going to inbound. Beltran back in. All right. Davenport with it. Beltran. Beltran drives down to Ayers. Davenport. Davenport goes through. Doesn't fall for her. Blackmore gets it, gives it up to Weeks. Weeks out, Beard for 2. Drops in. 44-31. Ayers with it. Davenport with it. Gets it picked off. Parker doesn't drop. Beltram with it. Beltram goes up the side, looking to see who she can get inside, and Turner gets fouled, so Turner will go to the line. Or Ayers, I'm sorry, that was Ayers. Nope, I was right. Ayers is 24, that was Turner. So Turner at the line. Turner fires, doesn't drop. Enters the game for the Tigers. So Ayers comes out and Goodrich goes in. 2 minutes remain, 31-44. Turner fires, doesn't drop, went over the line. 2:01, 31-44. Beard to inbound. Puts it up to Huss. Huss back to Weeks. Weeks with Davenport on her. Gives it to Parker. Parker to Huss. Down to Beard. Beard over Blackmore. Blackmore to Parker. Parker doesn't drop. 131. 31-44. It's timeout by Tenasket. Doesn't want to lose the ball there.
Timeout called by Tenasket.
Okanagan ladies going on. Tenasket to inbound. Beltran. It's in to Davenport. Davenport's just putting anything up she can to try and get there. Parker with it. .102 remain. Beard up and in. 31-46. Davenport with it. 48 seconds remain. Beltram puts it up, does not drop for her. Beard gets the rebound, brings it out herself. Comes all the way down, kicks it out to Weeks for a three, and it drops. 31-49. 25 seconds remain. Davenport with it. Feeds it in. Turner with it. Back to Davenport. Kittitas ball. Williams is going to come in. Davenport did everything she could for her team. They did an amazing job here tonight. It just came down to the final quarter when they got a little wore out. All right. Put it out to Parker. 12 seconds remain. Tenasket's knowing their season's coming to a close. She'll go to the line and shoot two with 7 seconds remaining. Beltram with it. Or Beltram with the foul. That'll be her fourth. First one doesn't drop for her. Gets that one. 31-50. 5 seconds for. Fires. I'm sorry, folks. I was watching her dribble down and fire one, and just was a last-minute shot. Tenasket's season comes to a close. Kittitas will play Okanagan tomorrow. Tenasket played amazing, super proud of them. The ladies never gave up, played till the buzzer. Just some things weren't dropping for Tenasket. They had some threes. Tabor was hitting some threes. Norris hit a three, just not quite enough. Williams hit a three, but just couldn't pull off the win against a quality Kittitas team that had a height advantage. I mean, Kittitas had a sizable height advantage, honestly. Tomorrow, we'll see how the Kittitas matches up with Okanagan. So Okanagan versus Kittitas tomorrow. I'm guessing 2:30 in Wenatchee, but we won't know until they post up the brackets. So we'll see how that goes. Congratulations to Kittitas. Again, student athletes putting everything out there and doing everything they possibly can. We've got Warden out here to take on the Tenasket Tiger boys. So we'll see how that goes for the Tenasket boys. Again, loser out game here. So we'll see how the matchup goes. I am curious who will get the victory. Warden, I think. I probably should look at my other phone. I got better options there. All right, let's see who Warden has played. That's what I'm most curious about. That's girls. Control 2B. All right. So Warden, 11-12 overall, 7-3 in league. Lost to Natchez Valley, lost to Cleellum, 48-54. Let's see, Bridgeport. Oh, they beat Bridgeport, 74-71. So they were able to beat Bridgeport. They beat Columbia Burbank, 68-56. Lost to Reardon, 46-67. Lost to Freeman, 39-80. Lost to Tri-Cities Prep, 34-69. Beat Granger, beat Mapton, lost to Riverview, lost to Okanagan, 61-84. Beat Columbia Burbank, 84-74. Lost to Tri-Cities Prep, 44-77. Beat Cleellum, 83-74. Lost to Kittitas, 49-62. Then lost to Tri-Cities Prep, 36-53. So they've lost the last two. Lost to Elmira Cooley Heartline, 62-98. So Warden, it looks like they played in a tough league, had some good competition. So this has a potential to be a pretty good game. We'll see who walks away with the victory here tonight. Winner of this will be taking on Goldendale. And of course, Goldendale has the advantage that they're over here to watch them. So Goldendale will have a little bit of a leg up per se, but you just never know. Okanagan ladies end up holding off the Tri-Cities Prep ladies. So Okanagan's going to play tomorrow against Kittitas. Winner will go on to face White Swan, and the winner of that game, which will be the 21st, will go to state. Warden looks like a pretty good team. So we'll see how they do here against the Tenasket team. I will get this reset here. And again, Tenasket ladies did really well. The score looks worse. Kittitas really scored a lot of points in the waning minutes when they had a little bit of a lead, but Tenasket did really well tonight. Very proud of them. Bummed that it didn't quite work out how they'd hoped, but it was a good game, so we'll see how it goes. But anyway, we shall see. I'm gonna go sneak some more of the little rosters so I can see who's playing who. And I appreciate you all being here with us and seeing who wins. We're obviously hoping the Tenasket boys can take care of Warden here tonight. Be right back. All right, folks, we are 10 minutes away from the start of this one, and I'm going to work on getting this reset here. Turn this off. Reset the score. Edit properties. We will go get Tenasket in. They're kind of blue. We'll do that. Warden. All right. Okay, Tenasket and Warden. Boys game. We'll see how this one goes and plays out for everybody. But Tenasket girls played really well. Super proud of them, like I said. And it's just unfortunate that they're not able to go on to the next game. They would have been, they would have faced Okanagan again. So that will be the Kittitas. So Kittitas will face Okanagan girls tomorrow in a loser out. Winner of this one will take on Goldendale tomorrow in a loser out. Warden has an 11-11 record compared to Tenasket's 14-10. Recently, like I said, they had lost to Kittitas 49-62 and lost to Tri-Cities Prep 36-53. Beat Clallam 83-74. Lost to Amarakuli Heightline 62-98. Trying to see. They lost Okanagan 61-84. And they beat Bridgeport 74-71 early on. So those are kind of the ones that are similar. They have two seniors. 1, 2, 3, 4 juniors, 2 sophomores and a freshman. So Tenasket might be just a little bit older. Obviously they played against some pretty good teams. So we'll see how this one plays out. I am going to actually go. Actually, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, folks. I will be back here in just a moment. Okay, folks. We are back and excited to bring you this game. We're a little behind. It's already 8 o'clock. Man, where does time go when you're watching basketball? Well, again, just great job by the Tenasket ladies. The Tenasket boys, I think it's going to be a good game. I'm curious which team's going to walk out of here with the victory, but obviously we shall see. Cox, Nelson, Gonzalez. That might be able to pull this off. $1:44 till we get underway. Appreciate all the officials and all the folks that make this happen. We got scorekeepers, and we got the clock operator, we got the shot clock operator, we got the persons in charge of making sure the gym is all good to go. And each team has their own scorekeeper as well, so. All right, teams coming over to their benches, talk with their coaches here and get ready to be announced as we get ready to start this one. I didn't finish that story. I got 51 seconds. We got the 3 cats, and we ended up with a 3rd cat, and he ends up being just a wild child, but it was fun to get him. Anyhow, today they ended up on the roof, and the wife was trying to get ready to go to work at the hospital, and she's trying to figure out how she's going to get him off the roof. And finally, with some wet cat food, she got him off. But, man, I tell you what. Okay, getting ready for an announcement of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 9 cheerleaders for Warden. I guess I got 7 for Tenasket. But.
Welcome, basketball fans, to Central Washington District 5 2B basketball tournament. Tonight, the Warden Cougars take on the Tigers from Tenasket in round 1 of the Central Washington District 5 2B championships. At this time, I'd like to introduce the team for tonight. So, reserve players for each team. First, for the Tigers, number 10, Markovi Lidscott.
Okay, so they're announcing non-starters.
Number 11, Noah Graves.
So
number 21,
Noah, Markobi, Isaac.
Number 24, Alex Alvarez.
Alex.
Number 33, Sergio Zambrano.
And Sergio.
And now the reserve players for the Cougars. Number 0, Jackson Erickson.
So Jackson.
Number 1, Eli Reyes.
Eli Reyes.
Number 2, Porter Cox.
Porter Cox.
And number 15, Miles Nelson.
Miles Nelson.
And now the starting lineup for tonight's basketball game in alternating fashion. First for the Tigers, a sophomore, number 0, Jax Tompkins.
Jax Tompkins for Tenasket.
A sophomore, number 3, JJ Madsen.
So JJ Madsen for Warden.
A senior, number 1, Tanner Tompkins.
Tanner Tompkins.
A senior, number 5, Eli Cox.
Eli Cox for Warden.
For Tenasserim, the senior, number 3, Caesar Maldonado.
Caesar Maldonado.
From Warden, a junior, number 11, Cameron Jensen.
Cameron Jensen for Warden.
A senior from Tenasserim, number 4, Isaiah Spangler.
Isaiah Spangler.
A senior from Warden, number 21, Hunter Galladay.
Hunter Galladay from Warden.
A senior from Tenasserim, number 5, Adrian Lewis.
Adrian Lewis.
And finally from Warden, a junior, number 31, Daniel Gonzalez.
Daniel Gonzalez for Warden.
The head coach for the Tigers is Shane Spangler. Head coach of the Cougars is Brendan Erdman. And for the chair for today's game is Whitney Cohen.
All right. Both teams having their huddles and discussing what they want to talk about and get fired up because somebody's season does close tonight. So started back in November. Here we're halfway through February, and someone's season's going to come to an end, and someone's going to go on and face Goldendale tomorrow. Tanner going to jump against Galladay. Tanner gets it. Isaiah chases it down. Kicks it down to Jax, over to Tanner, over to Isaiah. Down to Jax. Adrian back to Jax. Jax fires, doesn't drop. They're going to say, they're going to give Cesar the foul. So Gonzalez with it, brings it across, kicks it over to Cox. Back to Gonzalez, back to Cox. Down to Galladay. Tanner with it. Tanner comes across the timeline. Backs up, fires a three, comes off. Little shot, yep. He'll be going to the line to shoot two. 7-12 remain here in the first. And that one is on Hunter Galladay. Tanner gets the first one. Gets the second one. 2-0. Gonzalez with it, comes across the timeline, puts it down. Good ball movement, doesn't drop. Gonzalez chases it down, feeds it over to Cox. Cox back to Gonzalez. Gonzalez for a deep three, doesn't drop. Adrian with it. Gives it out to Isaiah. Isaiah brings it across the timeline. Out to Tanner. Tanner back to Isaiah. Over to Tanner. Tanner breaks in, kicks back, puts it over to Adrian. Adrian puts it up. I'm going to say it's Tenasket ball. So Tenasket will have an inbound. Puts it into Jax, out to Isaiah. Oh, Isaiah with it. And time clock, shot clock violation. Gonzalez will inbound to Madsen. Madsen over to Cox. Caesar steps in front of that one, gives it out to Tanner. Tanner across the timeline. Drives. Ooh. Say block. He'll be underneath. That'll be 2 fouls. Tenasket to inbound. 2 fouls on Warden. 1 on Tenasket so far. Puts it into Jax, out to Adrian, over to Tanner, over to Isaiah. Isaiah looking to see if he can drive around. Gives it out to Adrian. Adrian loses it. Gives it to Tanner, though. Tanner ends up with it. Tanner backs it out. Drives around him. Puts up the shot. Doesn't drop. Galladay with the rebound. Quickly down the floor. And Tanner bats that one away as Madsen went to try and lay it in. Warden with the inbound play. Gonzalez to inbound. Puts it back to Gonzalez. Gonzalez for the 3. Doesn't drop. Tanner with the rebound. Galladay riding him on the way down. Over to Isaiah. Isaiah drives. Puts it over to Cesar, who goes up. Doesn't drop. Tipped out to Gonzalez. Gonzalez drives. Puts it up and in. Jax with it. Back to Isaiah. Isaiah drives around. Comes across the timeline. Puts it over to Jax. Jax to Tanner. Tanner drives. Puts up the shot. Drops. And they're going to say Warden ball. Cox to inbound. Puts it into Gonzalez. Gonzalez across the timeline. Back to Cox, back to Gonzalez. Over to Madsen. Gonzalez, Cox. Gets it tipped away by Spangler, but they're going to call a foul. So that'll be 3 on Tenasket. First one on Isaiah. Warden inbound play. .438 remain here in the first. Gonzalez puts it out to Cox. Cox puts it to Madsen. Madsen back to Cox. Tries to feed it. Almost gets it batted away. Madsen tries to feed one up. Adrian comes down with it. Up to Isaiah. 4:15. Up to Jax. Jax to Tanner. Into Isaiah. And it's going to say Tenasket ball. 4:04. Tanner to inbound. Tanner kicks it to Caesar. Caesar gives it in to Adrian. Adrian gets that one tipped, and they're going to say got him on the arm, so he's going to shoot 2. So Adrian at the line. First one comes off the front iron. Second one doesn't drop for him. Rebounded out of there by Madsen. Crosses the timeline. Goes around the pressure, kicks it out to Cox. Doesn't drop. Jensen with the rebound and the putback. Jax brings it across the timeline. Tanner with it. Isaiah with it. So they're going to call that on Cesar. Gonzalez. Madsen. Gonzalez feeds it in to Galladay. Galladay gets it stripped backwards by Tanner. Graves coming in for Maldonado. So Noah in for Gonzalez. Bumps, tries to get it in underneath. Jensen gets it taken away by Noah. Noah gets it taken away by Tanner. Tanner goes through two of them. Oh, feeds it to Graves. He wasn't ready for it. Noah goes shooting. Gonzalez into Cox. Cox across the timeline quickly. To Jensen, Cox. Cox looking to kick it out to Gonzalez. Gonzalez for the three. Doesn't drop. Isaiah with it. Let's say Warden ball. 2-4. Kicks it into Galladay, back to Gonzalez, who fires the three, still doesn't drop. Follows his ball, gets the rebound. Galladay up, doesn't drop. He'll be going to the line. And that is on Jax. Galladay at the line for two. First one doesn't drop for him. Erickson comes in for Gonzalez. Second one drops in, 2-5. Tanner with it, or Isaiah with it, gives it to Noah. Noah back to Tanner. Tanner fires, doesn't drop, no rebound. Oh, Galladay up and in. 2-7. Jax with it. Adrian with it. Up and in. 4-7. Madsen loses the handle for a second, then gets it and puts it up and in. 4-9. Isaiah with it. 1:45 remain here in the first. Isaiah brings it down and across. Drives. Kicks it out to Jax. Noah with it. Adrian. Jax with it. Tanner with it. Tanner doesn't hit, and Madsen comes out with it. Kicks it down. Oh. So that'll be 4. No, that's 5. He's going to the line. Gonna go shoot 2. So Cox to the line to shoot 2. With 1:07 remaining in the first, we'll be going to the line. 4-9. Gets the first one. 4-10. Doesn't get the second one. Galladay gets the rebound. Doesn't get the putback. Adrian gets it. It's out to Isaiah. 58 seconds here in the first. Crosses the timeline. Puts it into Adrian. Adrian to Noah. Adrian just drives through. Puts it up and in. 6-10. 41 seconds remain. Madsen with it. Puts it down, out to Cox. Back to Madsen. Madsen over to Erickson. Madsen, Cox. Galladay. Yep. So Jensen will be going to the line to shoot 2 with 18.1 remaining. First one doesn't drop. Second one doesn't drop for him. Galladay gets the rebound. Tipped away. Tanner with it. Tanner goes through everybody. So he's going to go shoot 2. 7.4 seconds. Tanner to the line. Be the second foul on Galladay. 7.4 seconds remain here in the first quarter. First one doesn't drop for him. Galladay comes out, and Porter Cox goes in. So we now got Porter and Eli. Tanner gets a second one. 7-10, 7.4. Eli Cox with it. Puts it out. Gets the 3 at the buzzer. Porter Cox with the 3 at the buzzer. That was a good shot. All right, 7-13 as we go into the second quarter. All right, 7-13. Tenasket down by 6. Winner of the game here will go on to face Goldendale tomorrow. Winner of tomorrow's game will be going to state. They will be playing either Tri-Cities Prep or Liberty Bell for final district's placement, but they still go to state. Loser sees their season come to a close. All right, and Warden will have the ball to start the second quarter. So Cox to inbound. All right. They got to come to the center of the stand, or they're not officially checked in. Gonzalez with it. Kicks it over to Erickson. Erickson tries to feed it through, doesn't get it. Noah with it, gives it to Isaiah. Isaiah looks for ways to get around. And drops it in. 9-13. Gonzalez with it. Gonzalez feeds it out. Doesn't drop. Tanner with the rebound. That was Porter Cox. Tanner up and in. 11-13. Eli Cox across the timeline. Puts it to Gonzalez. Ooh, almost gets it away, but goes out of bounds. So it will be Warden ball. Warden puts it into Gonzalez. Erickson to Eli Cox. Gonzalez fires a 3, doesn't drop. Noah comes down with it. And there is a They're trying to decide how they're going to call it. And they're going to say, what are we going to say? They're going to say it's Warden ball. So Galladay back in. Madsen back in. So Madsen with it. Puts it to Porter Cox. Porter looks to fire, gets it taken away by Tanner. Tanner dunks it. Ties the game at 13. 6:34 remain here in the second quarter. Gonzalez with it. Over to Eli Cox. Eli. Yep. Travel. Yep. All right, Tanner. No, Jack's going to inbound it. Jack's inbounds to Isaiah. Isaiah brings it across. Tied at 13 with 6:20 remaining here in the first half. Isaiah drives around the edge, puts up a little shot that gets tipped. Down, kicks it up to Cox. Cox tries to feed it in, and who's that going to be on? So that'll be on Cesar again. That'll be his third. Eli makes the first one. Adrian comes in. Puts up the second one. That one doesn't drop. And that'll be a Tenasket ball. So, Isaiah with it. Coming across the timeline. Isaiah feeds it through. Kicks it out to Tanner. Tanner, little shot, doesn't drop. Cox comes out of there with it. Puts it to Gonzalez. Gonzalez over to Madsen. Madsen back to Gonzalez. Porter Cox with it. Or no, that was Madsen, sorry. Madsen does not make that one. Jack's coming down with it. Kicks it to Adrian Lewis. Hits a three. 16-14. Gonzalez takes it across. Back to Gonzalez. And there's a block on Jackson, or Jax. So that'll be 3 fouls on Tenasket, I think, or is it 2? It's just 2. That'll be the second one on Jax. And Porter Cox comes out. And Cameron Jensen goes in. So into Galladay. Galladay feeds it around. Back to Jensen. Jensen puts it to Gonzalez. Gonzalez tries to feed it across. Tanner with it. Tanner comes down. Goes around traffic. Gets it off to Isaiah, who puts it up and in. 18-14 with 4:54 left here in the first half. Cox with it. Cox fires, doesn't drop. Rebound Noah over to Isaiah. Isaiah brings it down, sets it up, gives it to Adrian. Adrian out to Jax. Jax looking to see what he can do. Isaiah with it. Down to 16 on the shot clock, but plenty of time. Tanner tries to force it into Tanner. Frustration foul. That'll be 4, no, that's 3. I'm always one ahead. So that'll be the first one on Tanner. It'll be 3 on Tenasket. None on Warden so far. Oh, someone called the timeout. 4:19. 18-14 currently. Winner of this faces Goldendale tomorrow. And it's another loser out. But you win that one and you go to state. Warden to inbound from the side. Cox inbounds to Madsen. Madsen comes across the timeline. Kicks it out to Gonzalez. Gonzalez hoping to clear space. Kicks it over to Galladay. Galladay tries to feed it through. Does. Gets it out. Madsen fires. Doesn't drop into Isaiah's hands. Isaiah comes across. Steps back. We're going to see what he can do here. Kicks it over to Noah. Noah to Tanner. Tanner over to Noah. Noah to Adrian. Adrian thinks about it and then decides not to. Tanner on the ground. That'll be the first foul on Warden this quarter. That's going to be on Cox. His first foul. Tanner gets the three. 21-14. Madsen. That's going to be a block on Tanner. Second foul. Gonzalez to inbound. Puts it in to Jensen. Gonzalez for a three. Nails it. Nice shot. 21-17. 3:17 remain in the first half. Isaiah feeds it through. Jensen. Yeah, they were going to get. One ref said it was Warden, but the other one said no, it's Tenasket. So Tenasket will have an inbound play underneath the basket. 3:08 remaining here in the second. Inbounds to Jax. Out to Adrian. Isaiah. Noah with personal control foul. So that'd be 5, but since it's offensive, they don't get a shoot. Gonzalez with it. Kicks it over to Cox. Madsen. Gonzalez fires another three and nails it. Just like that, 21-20. Isaiah brings it across the timeline. Adrian with it. Adrian for a three. Doesn't drop. Hustling down. And in it goes. 21-22. Tanner with it. Tanner. Jax with it. Back to Tanner. Tanner driving. Puts it up. And they're going to, I think it's in Gonzalez, I think. Yeah, he's going to shoot 2. So that'll be the second one on Gonzalez. Tanner gets the first one. Gets the second one. Tenasket wants a timeout. 23-22, 2:09 remain in the first half. Trying to see if there's any. Nobody's played Goldendale. Neither team has played Goldendale, so I don't know. But Goldendale's who the winner will face. All right, Gonzalez to inbound. 2:09 remain here in the first half. Inbounds to Cox. He's across the timeline. Down to Madsen. Madsen feeds it into Jensen. Jensen tries to feed it up. saying that someone blocked, so Jensen will go to the line to shoot 2. Fires the first one. Doesn't drop for him. Fires the second one. Doesn't drop, but Gonzalez gets the rebound. And up out of there, gets it to Tanner. Tanner goes through everybody and puts it up and in. 25-22. Madsen with it. Cox with it. Spins, moves, walks with it. .133 remain here in the first half. Isaiah with it. Isaiah gives it to Tanner. Isaiah for a 3. Nope. Noah comes away with it. Tanner with it. Tanner with a 3. Doesn't drop. Jax with the rebound. Doesn't drop. And Galladay with it. Gives it to Cox. Cox up and in. 25-24. 1 minute remain. Isaiah with it. Tanner with it. Yeah. So that'll be Galladay for a block. That'll be foul 4. And that'll be his 3rd. And 49.8 seconds remain. Inbound to Tanner. Tanner up and in. 27-24. Gonzalez with it. Comes across. Drives. Walks with, no, jump ball. Jump ball and Tenasket ball. 37.8 seconds remain here in the second. So Tenasket to inbound. Isaiah. Over to Jax. Jax to Noah. Back to Isaiah. Isaiah up and fouled, so he'll be going to the line to shoot 2 with 27.2 remaining here in the second quarter. That is the second foul on Cox. Isaiah at the line. Gets the first one. 28-24. Second one doesn't go, but Tanner gets the rebound and puts it up and in. 30-24 with 22 seconds remain. Gonzalez with it. Tenasket doing. Gonzalez kicks it out. Fires and gets the 3. Nice shot. 5 seconds remain. Tanner. No. Doesn't quite drop for him. At half, squads will go in 30-27. Both teams playing really hard and really well, knowing that someone's season will come to a close tonight. The other one goes on to face Goldendale tomorrow in a winner-to-state matchup. We have 10 minutes here. Oh, man. Good game, but that's what you expect at this level, and hopefully both teams They have a lot of tumbling and a lot of flips and things that are pretty impressive, actually. It's one of the nice parts about having strong young folks. Whoa. Tenasket out here doing some tumbling. Or, I don't know, it's called tumbling, but I like their flips and some of the things they do. Pretty cool. Well, been here for 4 hours and 16 minutes. We got another half to go. My wife was telling my wife, of course, she had to pick the place that closes at 9:30. She was telling me, hey, I want you to pick me up some ramen since you're going to be down in Wenatchee. She knows when I'm down here I like to find restaurants because in Brewster there aren't a lot of choices. So she sent me exactly what she wants. But ramen bowl. They close at 9:30, so hopefully I can make it over to the ramen place she wants me to hit to bring it up for her. She works night shift in the Three Rivers Hospital there in Brewster as an ER nurse. Started that career a couple years ago. Very proud of her. But I feel like a night shift widow. She's switching to day shift, which will be nice. Hard part with night shift is, you know, you get used to the working night shift, and then to change your body over to day shift or day, so you can do something with your family. It takes a day to do it, and then you got to get prepped to go back, so you're not totally wore out. So it's a challenge. You lose a couple days, but now it'll be nice to have her on when she's back. When she is today, she's gonna. Her and my oldest son Isaac are taking a trip to Japan. Celebration for her graduating from Washington State University with her BSN rather than just her RN, which she got from Wenatchee Valley College a couple years ago. Proud of her doing that. It's neat. Wenatchee Valley College has a really nice program for nursing, and that's where she started. And then we talked about it, and I said, hey, if you got the opportunity here, we should get your BSN. So if, there's some opportunities for someone with a BSN, and you get paid a little more. Actually, the pay increase covered the cost of doing it in just a few years, so made sense. The thing to me is I always think as you do more degrees, you earn more money, and that's works for the BSN, but if you want to get your master's or MSN, they don't really pay that much more for it, so it's kind of like, is it worth it? You know, if you want to get into leadership or you want to, really get into teaching at the college level, I'm sure it is. But for where we're at, I'm not so sure that's going to be what we end up doing. So, but anyway, okay, Warden's turn. Warden's got a routine they're going to put on for the folks here. That's awesome. Wow. All right. All right. Great job. That's fun. Warden cheerleaders. Great job. We got a really tall cheerleader. Why didn't she play basketball? What's the deal? I'm kidding. That's awesome. All right, Warden boys team out on the court. 3:02 left here in halftime. Warming up on the basket on the other end. Currently 30-27. Winner will face Goldendale tomorrow. Loser season comes to a close. Both teams really going at it. Lead has been back and forth a little bit, and we'll see how they both end up. You know, it all does come down to the final couple minutes and who has the ball, just like Goldendale and Bridgeport. Bridgeport had a lead, and last couple minutes just kind of slipped away from them, and Goldendale with the victory. So Goldendale going on, and Bridgeport had their season come to a close, but I think they only had Aiden, I think, was their only senior. So a lot of talent coming back next year for them. And you've got, I mean, Aiden hit that game-winning shot at the buzzer. Isn't that what you dream about doing and practice for? You know, that half-court shot all the time, and lo and behold, that's how they ended up beating Tenasket. So kudos to him, and a great way to finish your career on that. I consider a high note. Obviously, I didn't get to see all of tonight's game, but you know, no reason to hang your head. 1:36 remain here in halftime before we get going with the second half of a great game here. Had some fans come ask where we're broadcasting from, so hopefully some Warden fans can hop on and watch the action live as well. Love supporting all the student athletes, regardless of where they're from. Because one of the things, like we've talked about, I mean, my sons played with all kinds of student athletes from all kinds of communities, and we got to know wonderful families from Moses Lake and Ephrata and Quincy and, you know, all over the place. And then locally, Okanagan, Omak, Tenasket, Orville, Liberty Bell, Lake Roosevelt. I mean, we have players from all over, and it's a lot of fun. And you know what? You graduate high school, you go to college, you never know who you're going to be playing with. We have a number of student athletes throughout our valley that are playing together at Spokane Falls Community College, playing baseball together. It's awesome to see them all playing together. But you see that. And, you know, Warden, we played some baseball against Warden, and, you know, great community. My son actually now lives in Moses Lake and does electrical work, and he's worked down in Warden a number of times. So if you're from Warden, glad you're here. And you know, great that you have a boys team out here representing the community. Doing well. Battling to go on. All right. Warden will have the ball to start the second half. Oh, gosh darn it. I get yapping and I forget to change this. Third. Done. All right. Jensen with it, gives it to Cox. Cox pulls up, doesn't drop. Tanner with it. Comes across the timeline, goes all the way. Doesn't drop, doesn't follow his shot. Matson with it. Oh. Tanner gets it away, gets around, up and in. 32-27. Gonzalez with it. Gonzalez comes down, feeds it. Oh, deep three. Nails it. Madsen. 32-30. Isaiah with it, comes across the timeline. Nice shot. Gives it to Jax. Jax gives it. Cesar dribbles through, loses the handle. It will be Warden ball. Gonzalez to inbound. Puts it in to Cox, back to Gonzalez. Brings it across the timeline, kicks it out to Madsen. Cox with it. Cox drives, loses it. Cesar with it. Kicks it out to Jax. Jax for a 3, and he gets it. 35-30. Madsen with it. 6:25. Gonzalez. Down into the side. Drives around. Feeds it. Galladay up and in. Nice pass. Nice play. Isaiah across the timeline. Kicks it over to Jax. Jax fires another 3 and sinks it. 38-32. 6:03 remain in the third. Plenty of time. Cox brings it across. And back and forth. Madsen says, watch this. 38-35. Oops. 38-35. 5:46 remain. Isaiah with it. Tanner with it. Tanner threw everybody and in. 40-35. Madsen with it. Across the timeline. Kicks it out to Cox, over to Gonzalez. Gonzalez says, let me try a 3. Doesn't drop. Adrian with it, gives it over to Tanner. Tanner across the timeline. Tanner kicks it over to Adrian. Adrian. Isaiah for a 3. Warden wants a timeout. 43-35. But there's 5 minutes left in the third and 8 minutes in the fourth. Plenty of time left. Warden's coach talking with him, telling him what he wants to see here. Trying to kill the Tenasket momentum that they had going there for a second. So you can slow them up a little bit. Tanner leading all scorers with 22. Madsen with Warden with 11. Followed by Gonzalez with 8. Isaiah Spangler with 8. Jax with 6. Adrian Lewis with 7. All right. So, Warden to inbound. Cox to inbound. Puts it into Madsen. Madsen over to Galladay. Galladay over to Madsen. Madsen driving around, and they're going to call him for reaching in. So that'll be the 3 fouls. Madsen looks like he's going to fire a 3. Tanner with it. Tanner drives. And they're going to call a foul on Madsen. Well, they'll say he was moving towards the hoop. So moving towards the hoop, he gets to shoot 2. 4:39 remain here in the third. 43-35. Gets that one. That one doesn't drop. Galladay gets away with it. Fires out of bounds. And they're going to out. All right, Isaiah with it. Crosses the timeline. Set up. Gives it to Tanner. Tanner tries to feed it in underneath. Doesn't get it. Galladay with it. Galladay loses the handle. Gives it to Tanner. Tanner up and in. 46-35. Cox with it. Whoa, gonna call a block. All right. So that'll be Isaiah's third one as well. Gonzalez to inbound. 4:08 remain here in the third. Kicks it out to Madsen. Doesn't drop. Gives it to Isaiah. Isaiah comes across the timeline. Jax with it. Gives it to Isaiah. Isaiah kicks it out to Jax. Over to Isaiah. Isaiah for a three. 49-35. 3:41 here in the third. Gonzalez with it. Back to Madsen. No, Cox, sorry. Cox brings it across the timeline. Kicks it back over to Gonzalez. Over to Madsen. Madsen looks like deep three. Jensen. Madsen does not drop. Galladay over to Gonzalez. Gonzalez out to Madsen. Madsen looking to fire. Kicks it out to Cox. Cox fires. Doesn't drop. Gonna say it's Tenasket ball. 3:10 remaining here in the third. Oh, he's saying it's went off of Tenasket. So Warden ball. 3:10. 49-35. I'm just asking. All right. Okay, Warden wants a timeout. 49-35, 3:10 left here in the third. All right, Gonzalez to inbound. Inbounds to Jensen. Gonzalez out in the corner for a three, and he gets it. 38-49. Isaiah with it. Isaiah driving all the way. Jax with it. Jax fires. Doesn't drop. Madsen with it. Madsen driving. Trying to drive through everybody. Out to Gonzalez. Gonzalez fires. Hits a three. 2 in a row for him. 41-49. Jax with it. Adrian with it. Yep. So Jensen will have another foul. That's only his second, though. Adrian at the line. Doesn't get the first one. Gets the second one. 50-41. Gonzalez with it. Over to Madsen. Madsen fires a deep three. Doesn't drop. Cox with it. Cox driving. Fires. Gets it. 50-43. Isaiah down through it. 2 minutes remain here in the third. Cesar. All right, well, Warden ball with 1:53. Gonzalez with it. Going to be jump ball. .144 left here in the third. Tenaska to inbound. Matson for a three. And he gets it. Tenaska wants a timeout. .132 left here in the third. .50-46 here in the third. Okay, let's get to inbound. .134 remain here in the third. Inbound to Tanner, up to Isaiah. Isaiah up and in. 52-46. 125. Cox with it. Kicks it down to Gonzalez. He fires, does not drop. And they're going to say it remains Warden ball. 117. Into Jensen, into Gonzalez. Gonzalez out to Matson. Matson for a three, and he nails it. 52-49. 1 minute left here in the third. Drives through. And over to Matson. Isaiah sees that one coming, walks and gets in front of it. Adrian had it, but .39.4 remain here in the third. Gonzalez with it. Drives, kicks it out to Matson. Matson drives, kicks it out to Gonzalez. Doesn't drop. Doesn't drop. Jump, walked. Say, or yeah. .20 left here in the third. 52-49. Jacks with it. Jacks driving around Gonzalez. Drives all the way, kicks it out to Isaiah. Isaiah gives it to Tanner. Tanner up and in. Fires. Doesn't drop. So 54-49, and we are to the final 8 minutes. .54-49, final 8 minutes to determine who goes on and whose season will come to a close. Both cheer squads out. Doing some demonstrations here. So we're getting prepared for the fourth and final quarter. All right. So Warden will have the ball to start the fourth quarter. Gonzalez to inbound. Gonzalez with 14. Madsen with 17. Madsen with the ball. Kicks it over to Cox. Flopping. Warning for flopping. Tanner with it, brings it across. Isaiah with it. Gives it in, throws it back into Jensen's hands. Jensen gets it to Gonzalez. 7:22. Gonzalez down to Madsen. Madsen fires, gets it tipped by Cesar. Cesar tips it enough that it doesn't go in. Tanner with it. Tanner. That's 4. All right, Gonzalez to inbound. Puts it into Cox. Cox back to Gonzalez. 7:04 in the game. Puts it out to Madsen, to Cox. Cox to Gonzalez. Gonzalez spins and moves and gets it up and in. 54-53. Tanner with it. Tanner through traffic. So Madsen gets a foul called on him, gets it out to Jax. Over to Cesar to Adrian. Adrian. Madsen with it. Gonzalez takes the lead. 54-55. Isaiah with it. Jax, Tanner, Isaiah, Jax. Jax for a 3. Doesn't drop. Galladay with it. Cox with it. Gonzalez. Gonzalez drives, puts it up and in. 57-54, or 54-57, 20 points for Gonzalez. Tanner with it. Jax with it. All right, so he's going to go shoot 2. 5:23 left. 54-57. Adrian at the line. Third foul on Jensen. 2 fouls on Warden, 1 on Tenasket. Doesn't get the first one. Doesn't get the second one. Rebound by Cox. Up to Madsen. Madsen into Galladay. Galladay feeds it out to Cox. Cox drops it in. 54-59. 5:04 remain. We've got a bunch of chickens and ducks at home that they don't know to get in their coop before the door closes. So I always have to go every evening and put them in. So tonight they're going to be out a little late, but that's okay. They've been out late before. Good game. 9:07. My wife is not going to get her ramen tonight. She's going to have to wait till tomorrow. Both teams, both coaches talking, saying, hey guys, 54-59. We got a few minutes left in this thing. Let's play with all we got, leave it all out on the floor. Somebody's season's coming to a close, and someone gets to face Goldendale tomorrow in a winner goes to state matchup. Tenasket headed back out. Warden headed back out. Tenasket to inbound. Tanner with it. Up to Isaiah. Gets it tipped, but oh, gosh darn it. I'm so sorry, folks. Tanner threw it all the way down the court. Isaiah got it. It's a play they've obviously done before. He went to go in, didn't make the shot, but he did get hit. So he'll go to the line and shoot two. Tired legs, tired legs. Free throws are made with gets that one. 55-59. Madsen with it. Gives it to Gonzalez. Brings it across. Kicks it out to Madsen. Cox with it. Gonzalez feeds it. Nice move underneath. 55-61. Isaiah with it. Jacks with it. Over to Tanner. Cesar with it. Into Adrian. Adrian goes up but gets fouled. Doesn't make the shot, but he'll go to the free throw line. 55-61. That is the fourth on Jensen. Adrian gets that one. 56-61. He's got four. Nope. Gonzalez with it. 4:17 remain. Madsen puts it across to Cox. Cox doesn't get it to drop. He's going to go shoot two. So Adrian, it's his first actually. Second team foul. 4 on Warden. Cox to the line. Shoots the first one. Doesn't drop. Man, bounced all around but didn't go in. Second shot. That one's good. 56-62. Inbounds to Tanner. Tanner gets around everybody, puts it to Jax. Jax over to Adrian. Adrian Doesn't get it to drop. Cox comes out of there with it. 3:52 remain. 56-62. Over to Madsen. Over to Galladay. Galladay doesn't get it to drop. Jacks to Tanner. Tanner hits a three. 59-62. Madsen with it. Across the timeline. Drives. Feeds it across. Kicks it out to Gonzalez. Gonzalez looking to try and get through. Gives it out. Back. It'll be white ball. 3:07 remain. 59-62. Gonzalez. Madsen with it. Cox doesn't drop. Cox with the foul. That'll be his fourth. And that'll put Tanner to the line. Tanner at the line to shoot two with 2:55 remaining. 59-62. Tanner gets the first one. 60-62. Gets the second one. 61-62. Cox, Gonzalez, 2:52 remain. Gonzalez driving around. Puts it up and in. Into Isaiah. Gives it to Tanner. Isaiah for a three. Short. Gonzalez comes down with it. 2:24 remain. Gonzalez brings it across. Feeds it. Doesn't. Oh, he gets it and he gets the point. He gets to go. Galladay. 9 points on the night. Those two were big. (61-66). 5 fouls on Warden, 3 on Tenasket. Be at the line to see if he can extend the lead to 6. Galladay can extend their lead. 2:15 remain. Fires. Gets it. 61-67. Isaiah with it. 2:10 remain. Gives it to Tanner. Over to Isaiah. Back to Adrian. Jacks with a three. Misses, ends up in Cox's hands. And that is going to be Isaiah's. Isaiah will foul out with that. 14 points on the night. All right. Cox to inbound, puts it into Gonzalez. 1:54 remain. 61-67. Over to Madsen. Madsen drives. Galladay was not prepared. Goes out of bounds with 1:44. Into Tanner. Tanner Goes down, pulls up, fires, doesn't hit. Gonzalez with the rebound, 1:36 remain. Noah blocks him, but it'll be Warden's ball. Warden. Matson with it. Oh. I don't. That's 5. No, it's a offensive foul. .118 remain. 61-67. Tanner with it. Tanner. Gets it up and in. So he gets to shoot one. 63-67. 1:10 remain. 32 points on the night. Matson with his 3rd foul. Gets that one. 64-67. Gonzalez with it, 1:08 remain. Gonzalez kicks it over to Cox, to Matson, to Gonzalez. Gonzalez seeing if he can get it. Tanner with it. Tanner. 46 seconds remain. Block, he's going to shoot 2. Wow. 41.4. 31, that's his 3rd. Gonzalez has 24 points on the night. Tanner gets that one. .4. Gets that one. 66-67. Cox with it. 38.8. So Cox to shoot 2. So they're now with 5 fouls each. He gets that one. Puts him up by 2. Cox for the next one. Gets that one as well. Puts him up by 3. 66-69. Tanner going down. Block. And that is on, who's that on? .35, 66-69. Gets that one. Gets that one. 68-69. Tanner doesn't drop. .23 seconds. 23 seconds left. That'll be the 5th foul on Cesar. So he'll be out. And they will get to go shoot 2. Lynn Scott going in. Oh, Cox back at the line. Made his last 2. Gets that one. 68-70. And gets that one. 69-71. Tanner with it. 18 seconds remain. Tanner with it. Oh. 6 seconds remain. 4 seconds remain. So 4 seconds remain. 68-71. Came right down to the wire. Who had the ball last? And they still have 4 seconds. You just never know. Three points. You're trying for that 3 to tie it up. Couldn't quite hit it yet. But we'll see what happens in the last 4 seconds. All right. Warden to inbound. So 3 seconds. And Cox is going back to the line, folks. See if he can extend this one out. Been pretty good from the line so far. Gets that one. 4 points. Rivera coming in. Doesn't get that one to drop. And that is it. Warden will be going on tomorrow to play against Goldendale in a loser-out game. Winner goes on to state. Loser has their season come to a close. So Warden lives another day and will play Goldendale. Tenasket loses 68-72. What a game. Very close. Could have gone either way. Either way. Proud of all the student athletes out here that are doing their absolute best. Tenasket season comes to a close. And I'm going to see if they have updated the brackets. Yeah, they don't. We don't know. Oh, darn. Well, Goldendale plays, oh man. Goldendale plays Warden tomorrow at 1 in this gym. Tri-Cities Prep slips by Liberty Bell 54-48. So Tri-Cities Prep will be playing Columbia Burbank at 4 o'clock in this gym. And Kittitas plays Okanagan over in the Wenatchee gym. So the Okanagan girls beat Tri-Cities Prep 47-43. So Okanagan plays Kittitas tomorrow at 2:30 in the Wenatchee High School gym. Mapton plays Brewster in the Wenatchee High School gym at 1. And Lake Roosevelt girls play Cle Elum here at 2:30. So we're going to start in the Wenatchee Gym at 1 o'clock as Brewster takes on Mapton. And then we will stay for the Okanagan versus Kittitas game at 2:30. And I'm assuming actually Okanagan's going to play over there. Boys are going to play over there. So I'll see what I've got. I'm going to post it up. Actually, I should just post it up right now so you guys all know. And we're going to – Tenasket did a great job of funding us. I don't know that I've got enough to do both Okanagan games tomorrow. Probably for a couple of them. So.
We posted it on Facebook on Neon Gordon, and you had over 75 Spark fans. My husband's at home. He said 80 people watching.
That's great.
Monitor that he went through and counted.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So we're going to see when we're going to come back this direction. So I got to figure that out. And then Okanagan or what we're going to do. Oh. Deal. Tri-Cities Prep, Columbia, Burbank, Okanagan. All right. Well, we will see. I've got to look over those brackets. I will post it up. I'll let everybody know what we got going, and then we'll try and figure it out from there. I am confusing myself, so we'll have to see how it all goes. But great game. This is what you want in your championship playoffs in the districts. We had Goldendale slip by, Bridgeport just barely, and right here tonight we had Warden and Tenasket battle all the way to the very end. Could have gone either way. Warden goes on to face Goldendale tomorrow. And I'll post up on our website who's playing who and where we're going to end up. So anyway, folks, thank you.